ಆಯ್ತಾ ಸರ್?
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬರೋದಾ?
ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಟಿ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಟಿ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಬಿಸ್ಕೆಟ್ಸ್
ಇದೆ ಸರ್.
ಬಿಸ್ಕೆಟ್ಸ್ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಬಿಸ್ಕೆಟ್ಸ್
So we can go live.
ಒಂದೆರಡು ಪ್ಯಾಕೆಟ್ ಬಿಸ್ಕೆಟ್ ಮಾರಿ ಬೇಡ ರೀ.
Conveners,
ಗುಡ್ ಡೇ.
shall we go live?
10 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಎರಡು ಸರ್. 2 ಪ್ಯಾಕ್ ತರಬೇಕು ಸರ್.
Hello,
ಒಂದು 4
somebody respond.
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತಾ?
ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬನ್ನಿ. ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬನ್ನಿ.
ಲೈವ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದಾ? ನಾವು ಶುರು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಏನ
ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಸರ್. ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಿದೆ.
ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಸಾಕು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಅದು ಉಲ್ಟಾ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸರ್, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನೀವು ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ
ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದು ಆಪರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದೆಲ್ಲ
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಫೋನ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬೇಕು.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂತ ಇರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ. ಉಷಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಬನ್ನಿ, HOD ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನ್ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಸನ್ನಿ
ಬನ್ನಿ
ಸರ್ ಬರೋಣ ಬಂದ್ ಸರ್. ಅವರು
ಸನ್ನಿ ಬನ್ನಿ.
ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಆಪರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್?
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಆಪರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ
He has to speak welcome speech ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರು ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅವರು ಬೆಟರ್.
ಸರಿ, ಅದೇನೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ. ನೀವೇ ನೀವು ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ನಾವು ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಸರಿ, ನೀವು
ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಇನ್ಯಾರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ? ಉಷಾ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಒಬ್ರೆ, ನಾವು 3 ಜನ ಅಷ್ಟೇನಾ?
ಅನ್ವೇಲಿಂಗ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಉಷಾ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್.
ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದೇನು
ಅನ್ವೀಲಿಂಗ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಫೋಟೋ
ಸರ್. ಈಗ ಜೂಮ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಾ? ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ಗೆ
ಅಲ್ಲ ಇವಾಗಲೇ ಶೇರ್
ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ. ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು? ಸನಿ ಕೇಳಿಸಿದ್ಯಾ? ಮಾಡಿ.
ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿರಲ್ಲ.
Hello.
ಲೈವ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ?
ಲೈವ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಯಾರು ಕಳಿಸಿಲ್ಲ. ಲೈವ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್. ಲಿಂಕು ಬಂದಿದೆ.
ಬಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ನು ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ.
ಯಾರು ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ? ಸಂಜೀವ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅಂತ
ಒಬ್ಬನ
ಲಿಂಕ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ
ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಈಗ.
ಅಂಶ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ನ.
Yes, sir. It has been shared.
Okay, let them join now.
Knowledge is power. Sharing knowledge is the key to unlocking that power. Said by Martin. Yes, this is the platform where people will share their knowledge for unlocking the power. Hello, very good morning, everyone. I'm USHA K N, Assistant Professor, Civil Department. Convener of the program will be the host for the program. Fourth 2 days virtual national conference on advances in civil engineering 2020. Organized through Civil Engineering Association in association with ICI Bangalore chapter, Ultratech Cement, CAD Center, and Civil Soft Consultants. Now we shall start our program with Nada Gite. For the program, fourth 2 days virtual national conference on advances in civil engineering 2020. Organized through Civil Engineering Association in association. Now I request our convener, Mr. Sunny Gowda, Assistant Professor, to render the welcome speech.
A very good morning, one and all. Ideas don't come out freely from. They only become clearer as you work on them. You just have to get started. So on this note, I, on behalf of Department of Civil Engineering, EWIT, welcome you all for the conference. It is my privilege to welcome all for fourth 2-day national conferences on advances in civil engineering. First and foremost, I would like to welcome our Chief Patron, Srimati Rashmi Ravikiran Ma'am, Chairman, EWGI in her absentia, Shri Tejas Ravikiran Sir,
Morning, one and all.
Secretary in his absentia,
Really, they only become clearer as you work on them. You
and
just
also our association partner, Dr. L.R. Manjunath Sir, in his absentia, Chairman ICI-BENC, Dr.
Conference.
Purushottam Sir, Secretary EWGI in his absentia.
Today
I would
national
like to warm welcome to Principal Dr. Chennakeshwar Sir and our HOD Dr. S NAGARAJA GUPTA Sir for the program.
Ma'am, Chairman,
I would find immense pleasure in welcoming our Honorable Chief Guest Dr. R.L. Ramesh Sir, Secretary ICI-BENC. I would also feel extremely honored to welcome our today's speaker, Dr. Suman Saha Sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, NIT Calicut.
and ICI-BENC,
Also, I would like to welcome all the presenters from various colleges and also the HODs of various departments from other colleges as well as EWIT. And last but not the least, I welcome all my fellow colleagues, participants, and students for the program. Thank
I
you.
would immense pleasure in welcoming our Honorable Chief Guest Dr. R.L. Ramesh Sir, Secretary ICI-BENC.
ಇವಾಗ next slide ಹೋಗು, lighting lamp.
Extremely honored to welcome our today's speaker, Dr. Suman Saha Sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering.
Thank you, sir. There is a saying, a ray of light, ray of hope. We desire for that ray to enlighten our life. Now we shall have a lightning the lamp.
And last but not the least, I welcome all my fellow colleagues, participants, and students for the program.
Thank
I
you.
would immense pleasure in welcoming our Honorable Chief Guest Dr. R.L. Ramesh Sir, Secretary ICI-BENC.
ಇವಾಗ next slide ಹೋಗು, lighting lamp.
Extremely honored to welcome our today's speaker, Dr. Suman Saha Sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our HOD Dr. MS Nagaraj Gupta sir to talk a few words about the department.
Good morning, one and all present, online and offline. Respected Chairman Madam, Srimati Rashmi Ravikiran Madam, Sri Tejas Kiran Sir, Secretary, East West Group of Institutions, Dr. Purushottam Sir, Director, Admissions, EWGI, and our beloved Principal, Dr. K. Chennakeshwar Sir, who is the backbone of all the programs like this. My dear colleagues, Dr. Shishi Shekhar and others, and all the delegates from various organizations, and my dear students. It gives me immense pleasure that we are conducting a 4th National Conference on Advances in Civil Engineering. This is the 4th one. We have started it in the year 2017. 17 in September we have conducted it. 18 also we have conducted it in September. In 19 we have conducted in October 3rd and 4th. And this time we don't want to discontinue that. Though the pandemic is there, we are conducting it this virtual. I am very happy for that. And see, the response is also very good from various organizations. Nearly 60 papers have come, and nearly 40-45 papers are reviewed, scrutinized, and selected for the publication. Okay. And first, before telling about the program, okay, let us have a brief about the department as well as college. Okay. Our college, East West Institute of Technology, is established in the year 2001. In the year 2001, and in our college there are 7 programs, UG programs are being offered, and 6 PG programs are being offered, and also 8 research centers are registered under VTU. Regarding our department, that is Department of Civil Engineering. Department of Civil Engineering was established in the year 2008. Now the intake of civil engineering is 180, and we are also offering 2 PG programs, that is structural engineering and geotechnical engineering. It is MTech structural engineering and MTech geotechnical engineering. And I am also happy that our civil engineering department is a recognized research center under BTU, which leads to PhD programs. See, at our department, we encourage the students in all directions. See, I am very happy that our students stand first at the college level, and they are getting the ranks at the university level also. And all the times, our students only stand first in the college day programs academically. Okay? That means academic toppers will be from our department. Okay? At the same time, best sports person will also be from our department. Since from 3-4 years continuously, our department students are only standing first in sports activities, and we encourage the students for participation in extracurricular activities, that is paper presentation in other colleges. We also take the students for various industrial visits. Then we conduct, we organize conferences like this and workshops, okay, and national seminars also will be conducting. And regularly we conduct the exhibitions. Okay. In the year 2014, we have done materials exhibition, okay, build match, and next we have conducted MODEX exhibition in 2017, and recently in March we have conducted exhibition on alternate building materials and smart building materials. Okay. A very good response was there from various colleges, and they have also exhibited their models on this alternate building materials as well as the smart materials. Okay. In that way, very much happy that we are encouraging our students in all the directions, and our students are also performing very well, and they are getting ranks. Okay. First batch student Anupama, we call that girl as the golden girl of civil engineering, because in the first batch itself she got gold medal, Panchagatti gold medal award, which will be given to the awards of government school teachers or aided school teachers awards. Okay. She has got highest score in that category, and she got Panchagatti gold medal award. And also our students Roman Bantwarai got 9th rank in the year 2016-17, and in the year 15-16 one girl got 10th rank. Okay, she got 10th rank. Like that, we got BE ranks also, and MTech ranks also we are getting regularly in both geotechnical engineering and structural engineering. Many times, nearly 5 to 6 times, our geotechnical engineers engineering students got gold medals, and from last 2 years continuously we are getting structural engineering rank also. They got 6th rank. Okay. Milana got 6th rank. One Abhishek also got 6th rank earlier years. Okay. Last 2 years we got 6th rank. Like that, our students are performing very well. We are very much happy for that. And see, regarding the infrastructure, okay, we are having good infrastructure. Laboratories are equipped with all the required equipments, updated equipments are there. Well qualified professors are there. Nearly 40 to 50% of them are having industrial experience, and many of them are carrying out their PhD program also in our college and other colleges under BTU and Bangalore University. Already we are having 4 to 5 PhD holders in our department. See, this is our brief about our department. I am happy that we are conducting this 4th national seminar. I thank all the participants, that is delegates, who are going to present their papers, that is research findings they are presenting. Okay, I'm very happy that. Okay, one more thing I wanted to tell you, our management is supporting in all the respects. Okay, see, for conducting all the programs like this, okay, They are encouraging us in all respects, and our principal also encouraging us for doing this type of programs. Once again, I thank you all for attending this program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. T.R. Shashekar, sir, to talk a few words about the program.
Good morning, all. It's my privilege to talk on this occasion. So today and tomorrow we are conducting the fourth national conference on advances in civil engineering. So we are conducting this conference from previous years. So first we did it in 2017, second was in 2018, third was in 2019, and this is the fourth conference we are conducting, and we are going virtual since we are having a pandemic. Actually, this year we were supposed to have an international conference, but due to so many issues, we could not. So probably maybe in the coming years, we'll go for the international conference. So to this conference, we have received around more than 60 papers. For this inauguration ceremony, we have Dr. Suman Saha, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, NIT Calicut, Kerala. Welcome, madam. And we have different sessions. One is the technical session 1. The session chair is Dr. Kavita S, Professor and Head, ACS College of Engineering. And then afterwards, followed by the talk from Dr. Kavita, followed by technical paper presentation related to structural engineering. Then we have lunch break. After that, we have a technical session 2 based on construction technology. Session chair will be Dr. M.B. Patil, Professor and Head, GSK, JTI, Bengaluru. And then that's for the day 1. And then second day, we have a technical session 3. Theme is environmental engineering and water resources engineering. So session chair is Dr. CSMV Prasad, Professor and Head, SJVIT, Bengaluru, and followed by paper presentation from the participants. Then we have our technical session 4. Theme is geotechnical and highway engineering. Session chair is Dr. KV.SP. Raju, Associate Professor, UBCE, Bengaluru. And then we have lunch break and technical session 5. Session chair is Dr. Mohammad Sharif, SDI, GSI, Chitradurga. Theme is earth science and engineering, and this will be followed by the papers from earth science related. And then at the end, we have the valedictory function where we will be announcing the best paper awards and other prizes. I welcome all of you for this 2-day national conference on advances in civil engineering. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our principal, Dr. K. Chennakeshwalu, sir, to address the gathering.
Ellarigu namaskara. Very good morning to one and all. Respected chief guest and keynote speaker of today's function, Dr. Suman Saha, Department of Civil Engineering, NIT Calicut. President of today's function, conference, Srimati Rashmi Ravikiran Madam, Chairman East Group, Sri Tejas Kiran sir, Secretary East Group. Respected guest of honor, Dr. R.L. Ramesh, Secretary, Indian Corporate Institute, Bangalore, Sri Manjunath, President, Indian Corporate Institute, Bangalore, and Dr. Purushottam, Director, East West Group, all the principals of East West Group, Dr. NAGARAJA GUPTA, MS, Professor in the Department of Civil Engineering, EWIT, Dr. Shashekar, Professor, Civil Engineering, EWIT, all professors in Department of Civil Engineering, HODs of various departments, my dear faculty members of Civil Engineering and other departments, participants from other universities, private universities, autonomous institutions, and VT affiliated colleges, paper presenters, students of Civil Engineering Department of EWIT, ladies and gentlemen. Really, first of all, I would like to congratulate the Department of Civil Engineering for organizing fourth consecutive, I can say, 4 years. Now this is the 4th year, 2-day national conference on advances in civil engineering. And the department has successfully conducted 2-day national conferences on advanced civil engineering. So during 17, 18, 19, 20, now, as our HOD and professors rightly said, including dates also. So I would like to welcome you all for inaugural function of 2-day national conference in advances in civil engineering, organized by Civil Engineering Department. And then on this occasion, so usually we will remember our founder, Sri C. M. Nagaraj sir. He started the education institution CSS Group in the year 1968 under the Subramania Education Society. You know that why he started education institutions, because he believed that education alone can lay the strong foundation for the growth of the country, and also it improves the standard of living of the common people of this country. So by educating the people, we can bring the social and economic change among the people. So our founder C.M. Nagaraj always used to say 4Ds, 4D principle, that is discipline, dedication, determination, and diversity, and inspire the young students to imbibe them thoroughly as well as carefully. Thus, EWIT started under the umbrella of Subramania Society in the year 2001 with a vision to be an institute of academic excellence in technical and management education on par with the global standards to meet the changing needs of the society, and also with a mission to impart quality technical education, technical and management education that nurtures the young minds by providing the best of teaching learning process and state-of-the-art infrastructure facilities, to foster technological and advancement through research, to inculcate holistic personality development through best practices, to implant ethical and social commitment that grooms the students to become responsible citizens. Thus, the legacy was continued by his son, late Sri C. N. Ravikiran sir, former chairman. He contributed a lot for the development of this East-West group. Unfortunately, now he is no more. And now the legacy is continuing by Srimati Rashmi Ravikiran Madam, Chairman East-West Group, and Tejas Kiran sir, Secretary East-West Group. I am sure that EWIT will develop as one of the prestigious professional institutions in the national and international levels in the years to come. So at present, EWIT imparting quality education in the fields of undergraduate, BE and various programs, and even MTech, MBA, MCA, PG programs, even R&D programs. The institute is affiliated to VTU and recognized by the Government of Karnataka, and also approved by AICT New Delhi, accredited to NAC, and also recognized under 2F and 12B of the UGC Act 1956. What is the objective? What is the main objectives of the national conference? The objectives are, so actually after successful completion during 17 and even 18, 19, 20, the papers also presenters go on increasing. So initially 52 rose to 60, then to 90. Now because of the pandemic, it will slightly reduce 60 plus papers. Really, it's a very useful for the presenters, and to provide a platform for the exchange of ideas and enhancement of knowledge and expertise between various branches of civil engineering and also allied branches of civil engineering and different subjects. So definitely conference aims to bring together to experts, research scholars, industrialists, policymakers, and students of related fields to foster interdisciplinary approach towards innovative theories, methodologies, tools, and applications for a sustainable growth tomorrow. To share recent research going on in different streams of civil engineering, like structural engineering, geotechnical engineering, even transportation engineering, earth sciences and water resource engineering, environmental engineering, and a platform to share reviews and knowledge with the eminent delegates in the field of civil engineering. Definitely, it's a platform to exposure of knowledge to the research scholars and R&D activists, research and development activists. The conference also includes invited talks by the experts drawn from various institutions in the field of civil engineering and allied branches. To motivate the faculty members, research scholars, and students, and innovative persons to present and come up with new ideas and to get involved in the research activities. This is a platform to present and to get recognized of the work and can publish papers in national and international journals, and can apply for the patents also, intellectual property rights, etc. That is why the conference themes are in structural engineering, geotechnical engineering, even environmental engineering and waste management, water resource management, transportation engineering and planning, even earth sciences and engineering, so etc. These are some allied branches of civil engineering, the teams. So for the national conference, I told already our professors are told the papers, presentations and all. So more than 60 papers are received now, especially in the structural engineering, almost more than 10, in concrete technology also more than 10 papers, geotechnical and other transport engineering also more than 15 papers, earth sciences and water resources more than 15, and other environmental more than 10. So put together more than 60 plus papers are already received for this national conference 2020. So apart from this, the civil engineering department, so always organizing all activities through departmental association. The number of programs like seminars, workshops, hands-on training programs, conferences like this, webinars, guest lectures, technical activities, even pre-placement training programs for the civil engineering students, including co-curricular and extracurricular activities, and even they are regularly conducting exhibitions like material exhibitions, even model exhibitions in civil engineering, even project exhibitions. It may be a mini project or major project exhibitions. Even they are regularly conducting skill enrichment programs for the especially for civil engineering students and third and final year students, and they are conducting even aptitude test also. And regularly they are conducting student development programs, even faculty development programs, STTP, short time training programs, and also career guidance programs for the students. And also the government has R&D center, and they are indulging R&D activities, and including project proposals, paper publications of our staff, not only our staff, even outsiders, outside faculty members of the various colleges, they registered in our R&D center for PhD program, for the PhD program, and majority are writing the proposals. I'm glad to say that our civil department got more than 30 lakhs recently from DST. So Department of Science and Technology, New Delhi. So I have to congratulate Dr. Sheshekar, is the main coordinator for that project. So, and also the previous year, Dr. Radhika Madam got 6 lakhs from VGST, Vision Group of Science and Technology. So this shows the quality of the faculty members and also what they are doing, especially publications and the R&D work in the R&D center. So the instruments, the laboratories with a high standard of equipments are using our students, not only our students, even outside students, even from BTU research centers, regional center, the students of various departments are coming to our college and they are utilizing our resources in the research center. This shows our quality, what we are doing in the civil engineering department. So I don't want to take much of your time. Finally, I will thank the organizers of this conference, Dr. Gupta ji and his team, Dr. Shekhar and other professors in the department. So organizing and conducting this national conference for the usefulness of the faculty members, students, research scholars and corporate persons. I will thank all the participants for attending this national conference. Thank you and all the best and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the Department of Civil Engineering, I welcome Mrs. Lokeshwari, Professor, RV College of Engineering, CSMV Prasad, sir, Professor and HOD, SJBIT, Professor R.K. Kumaraswamy, PS College, Mandya, and Professor Mudduraj Swamy, UVC College, and Dr. Kavita ma'am from ACS College. Now I request all dignitaries to unveil the 4th National Conference 2020 proceedings. Thank you. Thank you all. I request Mr. Sunny to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Suman Saha.
So good morning, everyone. It is my privilege to welcome our today's speaker, Dr. Suman Saha, Assistant Professor, NIT Calicut. Sir has completed his UG degree in BE Civil Engineering from Jadavpur, Kolkata in the year 2012 and MTech in Construction Technology and Management in National Institute of Technology, Surathkal in 2015 and his PhD in National Institute of Technology, Surathkal in the year 2019. Sir has worked in Afcons Infrastructure Private Limited as a planning engineer for 2 years in the year 2012 and 13, and later as a researcher in the University of Minho, Portugal for 2 years from 2018 to 2020. Presently, he is working as assistant professor in NIT Calicut. Sir has published for about 8 national and international journals and 4 chapters in book and 6 papers in national and international conferences. Sir has been awarded with ACCE Nirmana Nirvahana Puraskara for his best dissertation project in MTech Construction Technology and Management from engineering colleges in Karnataka in 2015. He is also the reviewer for many reputed journals like ACI Material Journal, Advances in Concrete Technology, Journal of Hazardous Materials Development in Built Environment, Environmental Sciences and Pollution, and also for few national and international conferences. So on behalf of East West Institute of Technology, Department of Civil Engineering, I welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Very good morning, everyone. Thank you for your kind words, Dr. Sani Gowda. First of all, I thank to the organizer from East West Institute of Technology to invite me for being a keynote speaker. And I thank all the people are associated to organize this conference, national conference in on advances in civil engineering 2020. I thank all the dignitaries or delegates present in the inauguration program for this conference. And lastly, but not least, all the participants, I thank and welcome to the conference. So with this small introduction, I can start my talk on today's talk. So shall I share the screen?
Yes, sir.
I think my screen is visible to all of you.
Yes, sir, it is visible. Sir, I can make it full screen.
Yes.
And now it is visible, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
So as the main theme of the conference is advances in civil engineering, so my talk will be just focusing on some advancement in the construction material and specifically binder material. So this talk will be focusing what alternative binder material we can use and why there is a necessity to have an alternative binder material for the construction industry, and a few experimental observation to establish this binder as an effective alternative binder material. So why we need this? First, we need to know, just because if you see all the industries throughout the world, only one industry is growing very rapidly, and its growth will not be stopping in any days in coming future also, that is construction industry. Just because we need a lot of development, we need infrastructure development. As being developing countries like India, we need more this type of infrastructure development or some other construction activities we need to carry out in a rigorous way to make our nation as a developed nation. Although a lot of developed nations are there, they are also doing a lot of construction activities to make their life easy or to make their nation very proud of that. Due to that note, construction industry is consuming a lot of natural resources. And due to that, what is happening? In coming days or in future, we may face scarcity of those natural resources. And if we take or consume natural resources huge quantity, what will happen? It will just disturb the equilibrium and the environmental system, and it will degrade the environmental condition. all those reasons make us to think about like making our industry, construction industry, to be sustainable and to make our environment very, very safe for the future generation. It's not like that today our need is getting fulfilled means it's over, but we need to think about our future generation as well. So in due to like requirement, changing requirement of hours, like we have a lot of chances. Suppose if we are talking about the institute, maybe when we are starting any institute, we will be having a very, very minimum intake of students, but as time passes, we this intake of students or demand of this institute may increase, and as a result we need to increase this intake of students. So to accommodate all such like changes, we need to develop infrastructure properly so that we can manage everything properly. So as being concrete is a major like most important construction material, you can say, due to its versatile nature, we are using it a very, very like effectively, and even we are just preferring this material to be used everywhere due to its versatile nature. As a result, what is happening? It becomes second largest consumed material in the world after water. So as concrete becoming very much usable material by the construction industry, that means all the constituents to produce the concrete is also used very high quantity. So why we don't prefer to use nowadays we don't prefer to use OPC concrete for that, due to a lot of disadvantages are there. Even though we know all those disadvantages, but we are not stopping, or we are not making efforts to make to reduce the utilization of OPC. But fortunately, I am happy to share that now a lot of cement industry, or most of the cement industries and the construction industries, come up with a lot of ideas to utilizing a lot of by industry byproduct materials like fly ash, GGBS, silica fume, and they are blending it with the normal cement and producing different kind of cement. So with those initiative, we are just trying to reduce a certain percentage the disadvantages of the normal OPC. So what is the problem? What all are the drawbacks to use the OPC concrete? Main drawback is, for the production of the OPC, we need a lot of natural resources and energy. It's an energy consuming process. So if we can reduce the OPC utilization, then we can reduce the consumption of natural resources, as well as we can save the energy. So you can see here by literature, from literature we can see around 5 to 8% of the carbon dioxide is getting emitted by the production or consumption on OPC, and this OPC is being main binder material in the concrete. So as concrete demand is getting higher, so the utilization or demand of this OPC, ordinary Portland cement, is also getting higher, and as it is getting higher, then its production and the consumption leading to a lot of atmospheric carbon dioxide emission, which is not good for our environmental condition system. And if it is not good for our environmental system, it is not good for living beings also in the earth. It will disturb their living style, it will disturb the ecosystem. As a result, we can face a lot of problems. Now, as if we are talking about India, India is the second largest cement producer, and it just accounts for the 6.7, around 7% of the world cement input. First is China, just because they are also developing in a very, very rapidly. So they are also using this cement as a main binder material. But as you see, production and the consumption on OPC is emitting a lot of carbon dioxide due to its various processes. In this slide, you can see where all this carbon dioxide is getting emitted by the cement production. So you can see this crusher and grinder, direct, indirect carbon dioxide, and the calcination process. there will be a direct, indirect carbon dioxide emissions will be there to the environment, and at the final stage when we are grinding to a smaller particles, in that process also it will be emitting a lot of carbon dioxide to the environment. So from the production of the cement, you can see if all those processes will make like huge quantity of carbon dioxide emission, which degrades the environmental conditions. So to protect this environmental degradation, or to protect this carbon dioxide, like to environment from this carbon dioxide emission by the construction industry or the cement industries, very specifically by the cement industry, we need to think about any alternative material. If possible to use any alternative binder material, then we can straightforward reduce these carbon dioxide emissions. So now I will show you some statistics throughout the world, how cement is getting products, how much cement is getting produced, and how much carbon dioxide is getting emitted by the cement industry in different countries. You can see from this figure is giving the values or the data from the year 2015 to 2019, and you can see China is having high cement production, just because their demand is also very high. Then next to China itself, India, even though India is a very less than compared to the China, but if you see, as present, our per capita consumption in India is 95 kg of cement, where the world consumption is per capita is 500 kg. But if we are just trying to reach this 500 kg, just imagine how much carbon dioxide will be emitted to the environmental system. We are already facing a lot of difficulties with the climate change or environmental like ecosystem changing, and if we are reaching this world's average per capita cement consumption and near about, then our country also will be like contributing a lot of things to degrade the environmental pollutions. So if you see the cement production by the region, now if you can see this, China also is started reducing the bottom part, the light green one. You can see it is expected in the year of 2050 they are slightly reducing this cement production. And India also, you can see the yellow color indicates the India, and this India also is trying to reduce the cement production by promoting different suitable supplementary cementitious material which can serve the purpose for different constructing different elements or different activities. So in that way, if present days, a lot of research is going on with a lot of alternative materials, not only binder but also the aggregates and all type of works are happening. If whoever is working on the construction material, they may be having vast knowledge, like which kind of research is going on for the different alternative materials to serve our purpose. So you can see the scenario in India. It is expected in the year of 2022, we will be having cement consumption of 379 million ton. Even though in the last figure it is showing we are just trying to make our cement consumption little bit downwards, but if you see from this figure, it is only come upward. And just cement consumption is, if cement consumption is getting higher, that means it will lead to the industry has to produce much more cement to accommodate the cement demand by the country. So as this 379 million tons are expected or estimated cement consumption to accommodate this demand, it is estimated that all the cement industries in India will produce 381 million ton of cement in the year of 2020. So these values are forecasted or estimated only, it can be changed. As being researcher, I will be very happy if these values are getting less than like 330 or it is getting downwards. So it will be indicating we will be using a lot of like alternative materials effectively in different construction activities. And that already I have told you, in the world's global rank of India in cement production and consumption, both the places it is ranked on the second one next to China. And now if you see the region wise, the cement capacity, like how cement industry are producing, and mostly like South India and West India is having major capacity of the cement production, and indirectly you can say they are producing much more cement than other part of India. But anyway, even throughout all the parts of India contributing to cope up the total demand of the cement. And I am happy that cement industries are also coming off with a different new initiatives to use to reduce the cement effectively. So now, as being researcher, I request all the people to help all the industries or to promote the different alternative materials with the concrete data. Like you have your research data, you try to convince them. If you use, there will be no problem. And if we are able to convince them, then we can reduce the cement consumption. These all are the scenario in India with respect to the cement consumption and production, and the different government initiatives are there. But in that different government initiative, if you check there, if you get a good rank or good feedback from this project, there will be always, they have given emphasis on different type of environmental friendly activities in those initiatives. Taken by the construction industry, and now they are giving a lot of awards also. So they are trying to promote environmental efficient materials or efficient technologies to be implemented by the construction industry or by the civil engineering fraternity, so that we can stop degrading our environmental system. So these are also, this figure also I have got from Netherlands Environmental Assessment Agency, and they are showing how much carbon dioxide is getting emitted by the cement industry, and this is given by country wise. You can see in the top China, the red color, and that you can say sky blue color, or the this one is India, next to only India, and they are just producing a lot of cements and emitting a lot of carbon dioxide to the environmental system. Now, what can be done to reduce the carbon dioxide emission? In the previous slides also, while we are discussing, I have told all these points. The reduce the cement consumption of cement by promoting or by utilizing industry byproduct materials which are having required properties or desired properties required by us. Utilization of supplementary cementitious material or pozzolanic materials, blended cement, and at the end, development of alternative binder material for the ordinary Portland cement. That is nothing but geopolymer, what I am going to talk in the next few slides. And you can get this geopolymer is not a new material. This research has been started in the 1970s, more than 40 years ago. But unfortunately, I can say that this product, although this product is having all the qualities to be used, to be there for using as an alternative binder material, the geopolymer concrete is not getting used effectively. I will point out some drawbacks of the geopolymer concretes, but I am happy to again say that researchers are doing research to overcome all the difficulties so that geopolymer concrete can be used effectively instead of OPC concrete. So what is basically geopolymer? It has been invented by Professor Dept in the 1978. I told you, and he is basically a chemistry guy who started this research and invented this word geopolymer, and it's nothing but it's a product or resultant from the reaction of a source material which is rich in silica and alumina with the alkaline solution. So this SiAl rich material plus alkaline solution will give you this geopolymeric product. I will show you some chemical reaction also. So this geopolymeric reaction will be occurring very effectively if you provide heat, but it is not intended to use more energy to produce this geopolymer binder, just because we are intending to establish this geopolymer as an environmental environmental efficient material. So if we are introducing more energy to have this geopolymer binder, then it may not be become as an environmental efficient material. So what all are the materials are getting used usually? You can see for alkaline solution, sodium hydroxide, sodium silicate, combination of this solution is getting used as a highly alkaline solution. And you can see the source material, like here I have shown only the coal-fired power plant, but you can consider fly ash is the coal fire. This is the byproduct from the coal-fired power plant. GGBS is also there. I hope you know what is GGBS. Then silica fume is there. Then you can go for ricus gas. Then you can go for metakaolin. So all those materials are rich in silica and alumina, and these materials can react with this alkaline solution to produce this geopolymer binder. And if we incorporate sand and fine aggregate and coarse aggregate with this binder, we can get the geopolymer concrete. So this is the basically chemical notation what is ultimately getting produced from the reaction between this silica alumina rich source material and the alkaline solution. This is the chemical reaction mechanism. You can see they are just producing ultimate product is sialate bond, SiOal bond. So this bond will be formed in a polymeric chain, or it will form a 3D network, and which will provide you the strength. Specifically, like in the cement OPC concrete, what happens, this is cement is coming in touch of water, it started hydrating and it will form majorly CSH gel, calcium silicate hydrate, which will make the binder getting hard or concrete getting hard and again the strength. In the geopolymer concrete, that sialate will form do that particular work. So these are the different kind of sialate bonds based on the silica alumina ratio in the source material. You can see when it is getting increased, the silica alumina ratio in the source material, then it will be forming the sialate link and network wise. So it will be giving you better properties of the geopolymer. So I will skip this slide. I will show you the photo, like one image, how the reaction mechanism, how all the reactions are happening, what are the processes, what are the steps. That is given by Dixon et al. In 2007. See, this is alumina silicate source, that nothing but the source material which is rich in silica and aluminum. First, it will be dissolution in the alkaline solution, then it will be having specific equilibrium, then gelation process will be there, then it will reorganize among themselves to form this sialate, then the polymerization will be there, ultimate 3D network will be coming of this sialate bonds. So this when this 3D network of sialate bonds will be coming, it will start just getting hardened, and you can see except the dissolution process, all the process will be giving output as water. This water also will be generated from the reaction process. So these all are the basic steps, basic reaction processes of the geopolymer formations. So if you just concentrate on the chemistry of geopolymer, you may explore a lot of things about this chemical reaction. So as being civil engineer, we are not very much reluctant to do research on chemistry, but frankly speaking, people have started to work on the chemistry on geopolymer, even to learn to establish or to change the understand the cement chemistry also. People have started a lot of experimental work and they are publishing a lot of paper in reputed international journals. So what different types of geopolymers? See, you can see whatever it has been mentioned here based on the different source material: fly ash, slag, material, metakaolin, rhesus gas, and ferrous yearlet base. See, all the source materials are different. So that's why based on that source material, this has been just differentiated the different types of geopolymer. And again, in the if we are seeing this different material of this to produce the geopolymer, you can see what all the major parameters can be affecting. Like if for ordinary Portland cement, there is also a lot of parameters are there which are affecting the properties of the concrete. But majorly, if you see the compressive strength of the concrete, it is just affected by water cement ratio majorly. Then other parameters also there. But here also, if you compare with the geopolymer and OPC concrete, here also it will be there. The properties of the alkaline solution plays a very significant role to form a like geopolymer in a desired properties with the desired properties. So the concentration of sodium hydroxide or the like sodium oxide percentage or the ratio of sodium hydroxide or sodium silicate. I am just telling sodium hydroxide and sodium silicate just it's most commonly used. But again, so many researches are happening to replace the sodium hydroxide and sodium silicate also. So we need a appropriate alkaline solution which can initiate the reaction processes of the geopolymer formation. So that like properties of that alkaline solution plays a very important role. And how one more advantage is there with geopolymer, like it doesn't require any moist curing. It can be cured in ambient temperature, and I already told, if we have given some heat, that reaction mechanism will be moving faster. So in that case, they will be moving better. So in that, with this, I think it is enough for introducing the geopolymer as an alternative binder material. But let us show you that some experimental result about the fly ash based geopolymer and the slag based geopolymer as alternative binder, as alternative for the OPC. So in that experimental result, I will be showing you different result on the standard consistency, cement, and compressive strength. Once cement is getting produced by the cement industry, all these properties has been checked by the cement. Just because we have a definite standard, Indian standard guidelines, we need to conform on the guidelines based on these properties. So why not we check all these properties for alternative binder material. So I will be showing a few results for your information, and all the information, if you go through my articles, you will be getting in very details. So first, standard consistency of fly ash based geopolymer. I will be showing two types of geopolymer, fly ash based and slag based. Here source materials are using fly ash, and here it is using GGBS. So both the materials are abundantly available in India. Just with both the materials are industry byproduct material. So you can see in the standard consistency, it is coming around 38 to 42%. So we can see, you can tell we need a little more amount of alkaline solution compared to the water requirement in the OPC concrete. So based on this standard consistency value, we can determine, we can check like setting time, we can take a required amount of alkaline solution to use the YCAT apparatus to determine the setting time. You can see initial setting time, final setting time. If it is ambient temperature, for the fly ash based, initial setting time is taking around 400 to 500 minutes. Also, their SS or SH nothing but sodium silicate and sodium hydroxide. In that experimental work, it is varied from 1 to 2, and you can see initial setting time is taking around 400 to 500 minutes, and final setting time is taking around 1400 to 1600. So if the material is getting set so late, it may not be possible to use in the construction sites. So time is also very much important to complete a particular project. So we cannot wait till then, just because we need to remove formwork, we need to use the formwork, we need to move forward of further activities. So if it is taking much more time to get hardened and provide the strength, then it will be a time consuming process. Indirectly, it will lead the cost of construction. So whereas in cement, we all know that it will be within 10 hours, it will be having final setting time. So then we cannot, by seeing this result of the setting time, it is very much impractical to use the fly ash-based geopolymer and ambient temperature. But again, we have conducted some more research how to use or how to make this fly ash-based geopolymer to use effectively. Like I will show you that also. Compressive strength, you can see maximum we have got 50.4 MPa. That means you can near about 43 MPa, 43 grade of cement, you can say we have received. But that is also, we can say we have received, achieved this strength in a high concentration of sodium hydroxide. And that is also in the present days is not desired, just because if we are using high concentration of sodium hydroxide, it may increase the cost of the concrete. So again, that research is going on how to improve the strength in a lower concentration of sodium hydroxide and lower quantity, with the lower quantity of alkaline solution. Now this mortar also, if you see, mortar is giving only 35 like MPa maximum near about. So you can see like if we are using the standard sand, it is coming 35 MPa. And this slag based, you can see slag based geopolymer, it is showing much more again standard consistency, just because it will be producing a very sticky type of paste, and which needs more like solution to produce a normal consistent paste. The setting time, importantly, significantly, you can see the slag-based geopolymer having very less time, required very less time to set. Initial setting is happening within 20 minutes, you can see that is, and the final setting time is happening within 40 minutes maximum. So if it is started setting within 20 minutes, then also it will make us make the construction industry to think whether to use effectively or not. Just because of some activities are there, or when we are going to a large amount of concreting work, it may not be completed within these 20 minutes. So that means if it can set within the equipments and all, so again it will be having a lot of troubles. It will be giving a lot of troubles to the industry. So if we are going to use ambient temperature, the fly ash based and GGBS based slag, these both are showing a very much like impractical scenario with respect to setting time, and that leads not to use in the construction industry. With respect to compressive strength of the slag based, you can see it is almost double than the fly ash based geopolymer. And the mortar also, you can see you almost the same amount of the strength we are seeing. That for the paste we are seeing 94 MPa, and for mortar itself also we are say achieving 92 MPa. So with respect to the strength wise, we can tell that slag based geopolymer will be working very good compared to fly ash based geopolymer. But again, fly ash is very like very common material by the thermal power plant, just because our electricity resources is thermal power plant, and they are producing huge quantity of fly ash. So in order to use the fly ash based geopolymer, what I tried in laboratory, I tried to use like combination of the fly ash and GGBS, so that we can improve the quality or the properties of the fly ash based geopolymer. So you can see from this figure, if we are introducing 10%, minimum 10% of GGBS in the fly ash based geopolymer, it is drastically reducing or significantly reducing the initial setting time and the final setting time, and both are in the range where we can carry out our any construction activities. So if we are increasing the GGBS content, you can see further degradation and like the reduction in the setting times are there. But the major point I can tell you, if we are incorporating a little amount of the GGBS in the fly ash based geopolymer, then only it will give you the desired setting times and all. And apart from that, it will be increasing the compressive strength as well. You can see from this figure, if we are increasing the GGBS content in the mixes and the fly ash based geopolymer, it is just increasing the strength as well. And most importantly, this figure is for 7 days, and you can see another 28 days and 56 days. If you see, there is not much increment in the strength after 7 days. So we can conclude that early strength can be achieved by this geopolymer paste. Fly ash based geopolymer with a little amount of GGBS we can use based on our strength requirement. We can just select the combination of the fly ash and GGBS, just because both the materials are very rich in silica and alumina, and both the materials are very much reactive with the alkaline solution to form the geopolymeric Searlet bond. So I have taken microstructural studies also. You can see this is fly ash based geopolymer and this is the slag based geopolymer. You can see the slag based geopolymer paste is specimen is showing a clear like concrete dense structure, but whereas in the fly ash based geopolymer there is a flocky structures are there, a lot of voids are there. Due to that reasons, maybe the strength achieving is not up to the mark like slag based geopolymer concrete. But you can see in the slag based geopolymer a lot of crack visibles are there, just because the specimens or samples to conduct the microstructural study has been taken from the failure cube specimens. That's why it is showing a lot of cracks. Do I have time, or I need to finish it off? I will take another 5 or 6 minutes maybe to finish it off. Can anyone tell me the time is there?
Okay, carry on, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So now if you see the microstructural studies with the different level of GGBS incorporation in the fly ash based geopolymer, and as if you see from 0 to 50% it is getting increased, the formation of the geopolymer or the formation of by the reaction, it is getting much more denser and much more compacted. So you can see if like already if you have much more compacted or dense matrix, that geopolymer matrix in the concrete or in the mortar, then obviously it will be performing better in strength, or in the expected to perform better in strength characteristics and as well as the durability characteristics. So now I will show you worldwide research in geopolymer. What is the condition? What is the scenario? See, in the year of 1990, very few places researches are going on geopolymer. But if you here I have shown in up to 2010, most of the places started research on geopolymer. And frankly speaking, if you go any building materials laboratory in any institute, one another researcher is conducting the research on geopolymer. So you can see the recent trend on the of research in geopolymer, so that we can overcome all the difficulties to use the geopolymer. I hope we will get a definite solution to use geopolymer effectively in recent times and very soon. So let us hope for that, so that we can reduce the OPC consumption, and directly we can reduce the carbon dioxide emission to the environmental or any other like natural resources consumption also can be reduced, because we are going to use industry byproduct material to produce the geopolymer. These are the plot here up to 2013. If you see scientific paper published per year, that is also peer reviewed, and that is basically SCI or Scopus index paper only I have indicated here. And if we are taking normal papers also, research outcomes also, it may increase furthermore. So you can see this plot is showing an exponentially increasing on the publication on geopolymer binder, mortar and concrete. So what can be the application as of now? As present days of the geopolymer concrete, we can use for the precast material, for the prefabrication materials, and after prefabrication we can use for different construction activities. And we can make this industry byproduct material which are labeled as a waste material to a useful materials. That is more major advantage I personally feel, and I personally happy to make any waste material to be a very useful material by any industry, not only by the construction industry. If this material can be useful by any industries, then only our research will be very effective. So as of now, you can see the geopolymer concrete has been used by the University of Queensland. They have used in one beam column junction in a one floor entirely. They have produced with the geopolymer concrete, and that is also part of the research work. And I am happy to say that this building is still standing tall and performing better. Another again, it's in Australia, Brisbane Airport, one like a runway they have constructed with the geopolymer concrete, and as of my knowledge, it is also performing better till today. So these all construction has been done by as part of their project, how to check how it's behave in a long run, this geopolymer concrete, all those things they have done. So what are the advantages geopolymer concrete? I have no need to tell. If you listen, or if you have listened all the slides, all the points I have covered, but I will tell you what are the disadvantages where we look into to make this geopolymer concrete to be used effectively. So we need to check the source material, like maybe the fly ash is available in Kerala very less, but in Bangalore maybe it's a very easily available. So available source material to be checked, and where to be checked in the chemical composition itself, like whether it is the silica alumina rich or not, or any other harmful elements are there or not. First we need to characterize the source material, and then we can move forward. So based on the available source material, we need to do the characterization. Simply we cannot take the material and just put the alkaline solution and for producing geopolymer concrete. It may create a problem in the long run, like durability properties. So always it is better to look into the available source materials. And these properties of alkaline solution, I already told a few words. This alkaline solution is dependent on temperature. So if we can like establish some different definite solution, alkaline solution, which is not that much dependent on temperature, or reaction wise also it's very good, then also it will be very fine. But nowadays again questions are raising that geopolymer concrete is not at all environmentally friendly, just because till today everyone try to use sodium silicate and sodium hydroxide combination. With their logic is the formation of these two alkaline elements are very much like energy consuming, and they are also emitting carbon dioxide to the environment. So in that case also research is going on how to make this alkaline solution also very much suitable to form this geopolymer concrete, and it should be also environmental friendly also, and difficult to handle the chemicals at site. That is you can say the chemical hazard. So to overcome this problem, we need to organize a lot of like workshop or training how to handle the chemical hazards at site and all. So this knowledge has to be transferred to the working people who are directly involved in the activities. And most importantly, lack of guidelines or standard. If researcher can concentrate or to formulate the standards about the geopolymer concrete, I think it will be very much effective to make this material to use in a huge amount. So that is a very I can say very much requirement in the present days to establish the guidelines or standards for the geopolymer concrete. And lack of awareness, just because of most of the construction industries or people, I will not say industry may know about this material, but people are not aware of this material, how it behaves, what are the properties and all. So if we can we can take participated like conference like these, national international conferences, workshops, short-term training program, and we can try to like share our experimental work about this material, then it will be very good for the society, so that everyone will come to know about this material and its advantageous sides, and they may get interest to use in their work. So it will help directly to reduce the OPC concrete. With this, I will conclude my talk here. And if you want to contact, you can contact using this mail IDs regarding any topic about the construction materials. I'll be very happy to help you out if I can. Thank you. And before completing, I once again thank you, the organizer, to invite me for being a keynote speaker or to delivering a small talk on advances in construction materials. Thank you.
Thank you.
If anyone is having any questions or clarification required, I'll be feeling very happy to clear. Thank you.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can ask now. Sir, we have one question from Parthiban. Why it is still growing only in the research field and not in practice in the... Thank you.
If anyone is having any... it is just because I can say lack of guidelines or lack of standards. Just because if we have a lot of Indian standard to use the OPC concrete or different type of concretes. And that's why I stressed in the disadvantage of geopolymer concrete. If we can establish the guidelines for the geopolymer concrete, it will be easy to promote this material in Indian context. Even I don't believe that it is getting used in the foreign countries as well, and they are also not having any guidelines. A lot of people are working on it. Just because to form the guidelines, it required a lot of times. So I hope it will be coming very soon in the system.
I think regarding guidelines, the Indian Concrete Institute is come forward to form a guidelines for geopolymer concrete in association with Bureau of Indian Standards, sir.
That is nice to hear. I also have this information, but I hope this will come soon.
Yeah. They constitute the committee also. Now they are making guidelines. So shortly they are going to deliver these guidelines, sir.
Yeah, that's very wonderful information to the all.
Yeah. Okay.
Someone has asked if I am using this chart. Someone has asked which of the following materials can be activated using alkaline solution to form the geopolymer concrete. That I already told, the source material should be rich in silica and alumina. This is a basic requirement. That also, if it is rich in silica and alumina, that should be reactive in that material, so that it can react with the alkaline solutions. Sir, please specify the impact of weather on the behavior of geopolymers. Yes, that you can do that life cycle assessment you can conduct, and if you can go through a lot of papers that have coming out in the publications house, you can get that what are the impact. As Sarah told that we are coming up with few guidelines very soon. I think all the details will be there in the guidelines.
Yes, sir. So even industry people also incorporated in that. One of the main industries, Kutova Silicates from Chennai. They are also participated on a managing director in the committee, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can message in a chat box.
Anyway, everyone can reach to my mail ID is what I have shared. I hope we can wind up today's session. Otherwise, all other sessions will be getting delayed. And as we know, the conferences are very tight scheduled. So it's I feel very happy to give this talk. And anyway, I will be very happy to have in touch with you again. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge on geopolymer binders. I hope our students and participants would be benefited from your presentation. Thank you, sir, once again.
You are welcome.
Now I request Mr.
sir.
Ashwini Ji, Associate
Yes.
Professor, to introduce our chief guest, Dr. R.L. Ramesh, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Suman sir, thank you very much.
You are welcome, sir. Thank you very much for the invitation again.
So thank you very much for your this knowledgeable presentation, sir. People are getting benefit out of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and I will all the success for the conference.
Future also you have to give the same cooperation, sir. Okay, we will call you offline also once to our college. Okay, please do.
Thank you, sir. I'll be very happy to be associated with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, or should I say good afternoon to all participants and people present here. I am Ashwini, Associate Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, EWIT, here to give a brief introduction to Dr. R.L. Ramesh, who's guest of this conference inaugural session. Dr. R.L. Ramesh presently works as Professor and HOD in the Department of Civil Engineering at Don Bosco Institute of Technology, Bangalore. He holds a PhD degree from UVC, Bangalore University, and ME degree Construction Technology from, again, UVC, and a BE degree from Siddhaganga Institute of Technology, Tumkur. He has 23 years of teaching experience and 5 years of construction industry experience. He has published 3 international journal papers and presented 8 papers in national and international conferences. He has guided 8 dissertations in structural engineering for PG students, is a life member of ISTE, Indian Society of Technical Education, Indian Concrete Institute, and Association of Consulting Civil Engineering India. He has carried out funded project, and he has recently submitted a research proposal on solid waste management to Ministry of Science and Technology, New Delhi, the cost of which is rupees 75.14 lakh. His research areas are pre-stressed concrete, fiber reinforced concrete, geopolymer concrete, and smart materials, solid waste materials, wastewater, the life member of plastic aggregates in concrete and plastic asphalt roads. Indian Concrete Institute. He has taught various subjects in UG and PG and worked as structural consultant for various projects in Bangalore. He has organized various workshops, conferences, and guest lectures, and is presently honorary secretary of Indian Concrete Institute Bangalore Center and also a BOE member of Civil Board BTU Belgaum. We heartily welcome you, sir, for this inaugural session. Thank you for being here in spite of your busy schedule. I please request you to take on the session. And plastic asphalt roads. Indian Concrete Institute has taught various subjects in UG and PG and worked as construction for various projects in Bangalore. Recently submitted organized various.
Yeah. Thank you, madam, for giving a brief introduction about my profile. First, I thank the management, principal, and Department of Civil Engineering for organizing the 4th National Conference on Advances of Civil Engineering. So really, every year they are conducting this national conference on recent. This is the 4th time they are organizing. Say why these conferences are necessary for the higher education institutes. So in all higher education institutes, there are various research and development centers. So they have gone various researches are happening in and around the world. So once the research is happening, the outcome of the research has to be reached to the societal needs. So how to reach this into the society? That is one of the main questions. So they cannot take it directly to the society. So once it has to reach the society, it has to be approved by Indian standards. So there is a various committees. So through that only this outcome has to be, whether it is whatever the outcome developed in the researchers, it is useful to the publics or not. So like that, so all the researchers or research scholars are getting an opportunity to publish their papers in either journals or in the conferences. So even the journals also, there are various reviewing committee. So this committee will take into that and they are going to publish in the journal. But once we going to publish in the conferences or deliver our presentation through conferences, it will reach us to all the public and even the student community fraternity also. So like that, the East West Institute of Technology has come forward to organize this national conference. So once again, I congratulate Dr. Nagaraj Gupta, MS, HOD, Department of Civil Engineering, and his team as doing a wonderful job for organizing the even webinars and this type of international conference and national conferences also. So the ICI, Indian Concrete Institute Bangalore Center, is always supporting for all the institutions who are under student chapter in that organization. So even the Indian Concrete Institute is providing the very good speakers from the industry and even academy also. So like this, so the research benefits will be shared to the student community. So earlier we are offline. So offline means only there is a few who can participate in that conferences. They can get their research benefits. But today, due to that pandemic situation, so all the activities we are conducting through this online. So if we conduct through the online, so even they can see all over the world where they are anywhere. So I think, see, one of the blessing of from pandemic of this, so almost all the activities, so we are conducted through online mode only. So even nearly the Indian Concrete Institute also, the organized nearly more than 100 webinars. So all over the world, so they have seen these webinars. So once again, I thank the Department of Civil Engineering giving an opportunity for speak a few words as a chief guest for this conference. So once again, I wish you all the best. So all the participants, you can enjoy the day with various researchers. The various papers are going to be present in the next upcoming sessions. So once again, I thank you, sir. Thank you giving an opportunity for this speak few words. Thank you, Nagaraj Gupta, sir.
Thank you, Ramesh, sir, for joining this program and briefing about what is the necessary of conferences and what is the how this platform will be given an opportunity to researchers to publish their research findings. Okay, thank you very much, sir, for joining this program.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Once again, thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Now it is the time to start with the first technical presentation on structural engineering. I request Mrs. Geeta K, Associate Professor, Domain Head of the session, to introduce the session chair and take over the session.
Good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Geeta K, Associate Professor, EWIT. I would like to introduce Dr. Kavita, Professor and Head of ACS College of Engineering. She completed her civil engineering from SV Government Polytechnic, SV University in 2003. B.Tech Civil Engineering from Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute University. M.Tech Structural Engineering, Gold Medalist, University First Rank from Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute University. PhD Structural Engineering from Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute, Chennai. Her highlights of her professional career includes 5 years of industry experience at Neotechnics, Tambaram, Chennai as structural designer, and T.R. Krishnan and Associates as structural design trainee. Her teaching and research experience is of about 13 years. She worked as an assistant professor at Christ University, Bangalore, at present working as professor and head at ACS College of Engineering, Bangalore. She has contributed more than 60 technical papers in seminars, conferences, and journals. She has guided around 20 students and 25 EGP students. Awards: National Gratis Award, Young Educator and Researcher Award for Excellency Research by National Foundation for Entrepreneurship Development on September 2017. Appreciation Award as a Best Faculty from ACS College of Engineering on September 2017. Research Publication Award for Excellence in Research by Dr. MGR Educational Researcher Institute on October 2017. Medal of Honor and Certificate of Merit Award in Masters of Structural Engineering for University First Rank. Thank you, Madam. I once again welcome Dr. Kavita to chair the session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Professor Geeta, for the introduction. Good morning, one and all. I am delighted to be here to chair the session in National Conference on Advances in Civil Engineering for the theme Structural Engineering. I thank Dr. Nagaraj Gupta sir and team for giving this opportunity to be part of this conference. And as we know that conference is the celebration of knowledge and it's a platform for discussion of the latest developments, refreshing our knowledge, and we'll have plenty of networking opportunities to interact with leading researchers in the fields where we are concentrating. And I should appreciate sir and his team for making this possible virtually during this pandemic. On behalf of Session Chair, I invite you all and wish this conference could be successful. Thank you. Thank you, one and all, and welcome you for the session on the theme Structural Engineering.
Thank you, ma'am. Now it's the time to start the session. So now I'll call upon Sneha for the presentation on analysis of transmission tower. So the time duration is 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for the questions. Sneha? Sneha from Assam.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Can I share my screen?
Duration, 10 minutes for the presentation, Sneha.
Okay, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, yes, Nia, it's audible.
Yeah, my screen is visible, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Nia.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone present here. Myself, Sneha teacher, and tech student of EWIT, pass out 2020. And my topic is analysis of transmission tower under the guidance of Mrs. WIT Bangalore. Yeah, straight away I'll come with contents. The contents of the topic is abstract introduction, objective of the study, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion, future scope of the study, reference. Yeah, coming to use like suspension tower, transmission tower carrying 400 kilo voltage with a double circuit. Start like the force for wind load is aspect IS-802 patterns for the earthquake load I referred IS the base.
Hello, Sneha. Your voice is not audible. Your voice is not audible.
Sneha.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Sneha.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, ma'am, due to network problem, ma'am.
Yeah. Continue.
Hello.
Yeah, Sneha, it's audible. Continue.
Yes. Yeah, the abstract, like I have said, yeah, like the suspension tower have used 400 kV double circuit carrying conductor. So this our model using Start Pro. The height of the transmission tower is 50-meter height, which include the ground clearance, and the base width is 10 meter. Yeah, the tower are designed into two wind zone, that is wind zone 2 and 6, and it is located in the seismic region zone 2 and 5. Wind load analysis are used to analyze the behavior of the towers for various wind zones. The bracing system used are X and K bracing. Response spectrum analysis are carried out to carry seismic behavior of the tower on the different seismic zone for a different bracing system. Yeah, coming to the introduction, as we know that transmission tower are the very most important lifeline structure to supply the electricity to various regions of the nation. So transmission tower should be designed and constructed in a wide variety of shape, size, configuration, and material. This transmission tower should be stable enough and should be strong enough and carefully designed so that they do not fail during the natural disaster like earthquake, wind, thunder, like so on and so forth. Yeah, so planning and designing of transmission tower, a number of requirements should be met from structural as well as electrical point of view. From the electrical point of view, the most important requirement, like the insulation and the safe clearance, the power, the conductor, it should be safe enough. One conductor to another conductor should not be touch each other. Yeah, then coming from structural point of view, the most important requirement is angle section. We should, we should choose the angle section very wise and type of bracing like load, wind load, earthquake load, death load, etc. Yeah, the figure 1 is a single circuit and figure 2 is a double circuit. Coming to the objective of the study, to find the maximum deflection and axial force and base shear of the towers, to compare the seismic and wind behavior of the tower under various seismic zone and wind zone respectively with different type of bracing system, to compare the amount of steel used for the tower under different bracing. Ma'am, I'm audible? Hello?
Yes, Nia. Yeah, continue.
Yeah. Yes, methodology. So yeah, the flowchart of the methodology here. First is like problem formulation, then coming to research study on problem solution, then coming to project planning, then coming to manual load calculation, and straight away to the modeling of transmission tower using Start Pro, then coming to the application of load using Start Pro, this analysis of results and conclusion. Yeah, so the tower configuration, the voltage of the tower, as I have said, like 400 kilo voltage, tower type suspension tower, bracing system, K and X bracing system, number of circuit, double circuits, wind zone as per IS 2 part 1 section 1 1995, 2 wind zone 2 and 6 with the basic wind speed 39 meter per second and 55 meter per second respectively are taken into account. Yeah, the cross arm is pointed. Seismic zone as per IS 1893 part 4 2015, the seismic zone 2 and 5 with the zone factors of 0.1 and 0.36 respectively are taken into consideration. The tower height is 50 meter, the base width is 10 meter, the amper width is 4 meter, the wind span 400 meter. The angle of line deviation 0 to 2 degree. The terrain type considered here is category 1. The return period was 50 years. Maximum temperature 75 degrees centigrade. Minimum temperature 0 degrees centigrade. Average temperature 32 degrees centigrade. All of the above specification are taken from ISA Note 2 Part 1 Section 1 1995. Yeah, the modeling. STAT2 has been used for the analysis. The models are modeled in the software with different bracing system, that is X and K bracing. After modeling, the model are divided into 7 panels for both the bracing, that is X and K bracing. Yeah, here is the specification of the tower. Type of the tower, K bracing, wind zone 6 and wind zone 2. For the wind zone 6, seismic zone 2 tower, for K section, the main leg, for main leg, ISA 200 into 200 into 25 was used, and for the main bracing, ISA 120 into 120 into 18, and for the secondary bracing 75 into 75 into 10, and the same angle section have been used for seismic zone 5. Coming to wind zone 2, ISA for seismic zones 2, ISA 150 into 150 into 18 for the main leg, ISA 100 into 100 into 15 for the main bracing, ISA 75 into 75 into 10 for the secondary bracing. The same angle section have been used for the seismic zone 5. Coming to X bracing, wind zone 6, seismic zone 2. Angle section 200 into 200 into 25 for the main leg, ISA 110 into 110 into 16 for main bracing, ISA 75 into 75 into 10 for the secondary bracing. The same angle section have been used for the seismic zone 5. So coming to wind zone 2 of X bracing for seismic zone 2, ISA 150 into 150 into 18 for main leg. For main bracing, ISA 90 into 90 into 12. For main, secondary bracing, 75 into 75 into 10 have been used. And the same angle section has been used for the seismic zone 5. Yeah, specification of the conductor and ground wire, the properties. Conductor wire, ground wire. The material have been used here, ACSR, aluminum, steel, 7 by 3.53, the strand of that ground galvanized steel earth wire is 7 by 3.66. Diameter is 31.77 for conductor wire. For ground wire is 11. Sectional area is 597 for conductor wire. For ground wire is 57.8. Weight 2 for 2 kg per meter for conductor wire. For ground wire 0.7363 kg per meter per mm, sorry. Yeah, ultimate tensile strength 16,280 kg for conductor wire. For ground wire is 6,450 kg. ACSR mean aluminum concrete steel reinforced. Yeah, specification of insulator. Insulator type used here is a suspension type. The size of the insulator disc is 280 into 170 mm. Length of the insulator string 3.85 meter. Minimum load on insulator is 1 kilonewton. The area of the insulator disc is 1.814 meter square. Yeah, here is the after modeling this tower in the STAT4. This is the transmission tower with different panel. Have divided into 7 panels. Figure 4 for K bracing and figure 5 for X bracing. Yeah, this is the top view of the tower. Figure 6 K bracing, figure 7 X bracing. Yeah, the wind load after applying the load in the software. This is the wind loading on the tower, on the transmission tower. Figure 8 K bracing, figure 9 X bracing. And yeah, this is the temperature load on the tower. figure 10 K bracing, figure 11 X bracing. Yeah, the results and discussion. The maximum axial force. Here all the maximum axial force for wind loading combination as well as seismic load combination is more in main leg when compared to main bracing and secondary bracing in all type of bracing system under wind zone as well as seismic zone. So the base shear in all the seismic zone with the different bracing system, the base shear is same in all the X and Z direction. Yeah, this is the maximum deflection of K bracing. Here is the graph for wind zone 6 and seismic zone 5, the maximum deflection for wind load combination. We can see here as the height of the tower increases, the deflection also it keep on increasing, because for steel, you know, the wind is critical. As the height is increases, even the wind speed will be more in that. Yeah, for this thing, coming to seismic load combination, here also we can see in the panel 1, panel 2, panel 3, yeah, it keep on increasing as the height of the tower also increases. Yeah, this is the maximum deflection of X bracing for wind zone 6 and seismic zone 5. The maximum deflection here is for wind load combination. Here also we can see, yeah, in the panel 1, the maximum deflection is very less when compared to like panel 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Here for seismic load combination, here also we can see at the panel 7, that is the maximum height of the top of the tower, the maximum deflection it's carry more. Yeah, the comparative studies, the amount of steel used on the different bracing system. We can see here for wind zone 2, X bracing, carries less amount of steel when compared to K bracing. We can see here for wind zone 6 also, X it's carries or use less amount of steel when compared to K bracing. So yeah, coming to the comparative seismic behavior of axial force on the different seismic zone with different bracing system. For the axial force here, we can see from the graph in main leg, main bracing and secondary bracing, the X bracing carries more axial force when compared to K bracing. Here also we can see for seismic zone 5 and wind zone 2, here also same main leg, main bracing and secondary bracing, X bracing carry more axial force when compared to K bracing. So yeah, coming to the comparative wind behavior of axial force of the tower with different wind zone and bracing system. Here for wind zone 2, we can see here, yeah, main leg X bracing carries more axial force when compared to K bracing, whereas in main bracing and secondary bracing, the K bracing carries more axial force when compared to X bracing. Yeah, here for the wind zone 6, here also we can see X bracing in the main leg carries more axial force when compared to K bracing. In the main bracing and secondary bracing, yeah, the K, yeah, in main bracing K carries more when compared to X, and in main bracing again X carry more when compared to K. The comparative studies of maximum deflection of X and K bracing for wind loading. Here we can see, yeah, in X, Y, and Z direction, the K bracing carries less maximum deflection when compared to X bracing. Yeah, for wind zone 6, here we can see the same, same like previous, like X bracing carries maximum deflection in all the X, Y, and Z direction when compared to K bracing. The comparative studies of maximum deflection of X and K bracing for seismic loading. Here for the tower seismic zone 5 and wind zone 6, we can see here, yeah, in the X direction, X bracing carries less maximum deflection when compared to K bracing. When we see to the X and Y direction, X bracing carries more maximum deflection when compared to K bracing. Here for the tower seismic zone 2 and wind zone 6, yeah, we can see here X and Z direction. X bracing carries more deflection when compared to K bracing. When we come to the Y direction, the K bracing carries maximum deflection when compared to X bracing. Yeah, the conclusion now. The total weight of the steel used for the tower is more in K when compared to X bracing in both the wind zone 2, that is wind zone 2 and wind zone 6. So a saving in steel weight of 3.07% resulted when used X bracing as compared with the K bracing. So it is concluded that X bracing is more economical in cost when compared to K bracing. The base shear of the towers for wind zone 2 and 6 of the seismic zone 5 is 72.2% higher than the seismic zone 2 for both the bracing. Yeah, all the bracing system does not show much differ in deflection on the all type of loading. So hence it is recommended in practice. All the deflection for earthquake loading are in permissible limit is less than D max is equal to 0.005 into H, where H is the height of the structure above the base and D max is the maximum lateral deflection. All the deflection for wind loading are in permissible limit, which is less than H by 10, where H is the height of the tower. Yeah, coming to the future scope of the study. So yeah, we can go with the analysis of transmission tower line with broken condition of the earth wire conductor insulator is recommended. Yeah, because due to natural disaster like earthquake, thunder, some of the wire or the conductor has been broken down. So that too still they are going in research for that to study or to analyze with the broken condition. Different type of which mean mix both X and K bracing and W bracing system can carry for further study. So yeah, collapse analysis of transmission towers should be investigated in the further research. Yeah, in the year 2008 in China, one transmission tower has been collapsed. So still now they are going in research for that also. We should analyze with for collapse also. Yeah, this is the reference which I have used. Yeah, thank you. Any doubt?
Thank you, Sneha. Ma'am, Kavita ma'am, any questions?
Sneha?
Yes, ma'am.
Sneha, did you consider the wind load on conductor and the ground wire?
Yes, ma'am. I add the wind load in that only. I divided the wind load. I mean, if I got for panel 1, it says that 26 kilonewton. Okay, so I divided like the six point. I didn't add it like all. So I add in a point like the main point or the main corner. For the wire also I add, ma'am.
So what are all the parameters to be considered to calculate the total wind load on conductor wire and the ground wire? Can you explain?
Yeah, ma'am. From this thing, from the code book, ma'am, I have analyzed and calculate exactly from the code book. They have mentioned clearly in IS 8 Note 2 Part 1 Section 1 1995. All the wind load, all the earthquake load, all the load which I have add here, I took from the code book only. For this thing, for the temperature load also I took from the code book only, ma'am.
Okay, fine, Sneha. Any other questions, ma'am?
Any other questions from participants?
See, ma'am, in the slide I have shown for that wind loading. Wait. Yeah, ma'am, you can see here, yes. this is another direction, but when there is that where we say the conductor, no, so that is another another direction, ma'am. For that, this I have shown here different direction, but another direction is there, ma'am.
Okay, fine, Sneha.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Sneha.
Yeah. So shall I stop share screen?
Yes. Thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Yeah.
Okay, the next participant, Ramesh Gomasa.
Yes, ma'am. Ready, ma'am.
Yeah.
Can I start my presentation, ma'am?
Yes, you can start.
Okay, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yeah, it is visible.
Presentation is visible, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. I can go through full screen mode. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Ramesh. My topic is repair, rehabilitation, and retrofitting of RC structures. In this main contents, introduction, important definitions, and why need for retrofitting, repair methodology, materials and use, repair techniques, tests and results, conclusion and references. So introduction. Every structure is constructed for specific purpose. After the construction, the service life structure is subjected to repair. So after the repairs, the structure is damaged. So in order to prevent the damage to the structures, we have to conduct rehabilitation and retrofitting methods to improve the structure strength and durabilities. And this involves determining the origin of distress and removing damaged materials and components and causes of distress in the structure. By using suitable repair methods and materials, we can strengthen the structure parts and extend the structure's life. This is the graphic abstract. These are the important definitions regarding the topic. Important definitions. Repair. Repair is nothing but to bring back the position of the structure its previous condition. It covers only durability aspect. So to increase the durability of the structure, but it does not cover the strength aspect. So improve the durability of the structure. So rehabilitation of the structure means returning a structure into a useful state by means of repair, modification of alteration. So rehabilitation is done before starting the damage to the structure. After that, we can start the retrofitting. After the damage, the structure is subjected to repairs. We can conduct the retrofitting methods to improve the structure strength and durability. So we have to the main aim of the this project is reduce the damages, reuse the structure and recycle and sustainable use of structure. This is one more important thing is concrete is not a maintenance free material. So concrete needs regular maintenance. So this diagram shows that degradation of respect to service life. So deterioration, performance, and service life. So the concrete is a deterioration is increases with respect to time and performance decreases with respect to time. Repair. So repair does not increase the strength, but it may increase the durability of the structure. So in this diagram, we can clearly understand about repair of the structure with respect to deterioration and time. Also easily understand about performance with respect to time. So reinforcement. The main important of reinforcement is increase the performance level of a higher than the originally investigated. Of course, the durability of the structure also increases. So we can use the reinforcement to increase the strength and durability of the structure. So reasons for repair damages in the structures. First important reason is corrosion. Corrosion, the structure is subjected to distress and deterioration. The structure easily fails. And second thing is fire and freezing and thawing. Due to water filtration in the concrete structure, it is subjected to the carbonation and distress and corrosion in the structure. It leads to failure to the structure and design efficiency, seismic activities such as earthquakes. These are responsible for early damage in the structures, and also poor quality of materials and poor quality of workmanship. The structure with respect to structural cracks in the structure. This is also structure due to the damages. This is a failure of RC column. Damage fails due to overload and over stresses developed in the structure. In this figure, we can see the column. It is subjected to buckling failure and completely reinforcement is out and it is subjected to failure. This is a beam column joint. The structure is subjected to collapse and failure. The corrosion of reinforcement. Parts are and we can see parts of the reinforcement subjected to corrosion in the reinforcement. Main reason of corrosion is the carbon dioxide and chlorides and water. Three things which are make a reaction the steel reinforcement. The concrete and reinforcement structure is subjected to the corrosion. Right approach for successful repair. So we have to first identify the diagnosis. First, we have to identify the cracks, identify the visual inspection. We have to identify the cause for the structure. Through the choice of materials, we have to choose correct materials for the problem and design methodology. Adopt a correct design methodology. We can put out the failures and implementation and examination of damaged structure and rehabilitation design. These are the right approach for successful repair. Need for retrofitting. The main reason for retrofitting is increase the strength and durability and to improve the bond between the materials and the components and proper connection between the elements and eliminate weakness and avoid failures and damage in the structure. So repair methodology. First thing we have to primary investigation must be done. After that, seeing the structure, it is done by visual inspection. We have to choose a repair methodology. The structure is good. We have to go for retrofitting methods. We can increase the structure strength. First thing is evaluation. Another relating observations and causes. Selecting the methods and materials. Preparation of drawings and specifications. Selection of a good skilled laborers and contractor, and execution of work and quality control. These are the important things which are involved in the repair methodology. And material used. In this mainly used materials are cement slurry, cement mortar, peak setting cement, steel reinforcement, epoxy resin, polymer modified cementitious products. So cement is slurry, which means cement water. Cement mortar, which consists of cement sand and mortar water. The combination of this is called as cement mortar and quick setting cement. Setting time is very good. Steel reinforcement, we can increase the strength of the concrete. Epoxy resin, it is a good adhesive material. We can increase the bond of the material. And polymer modified cementitious products, we can prevent the entering chlorides and water into the concrete structures. Repair techniques. In this, resin injection, stitching, grouting, guniting, jacketing, concrete, shotcrete, and routing and sealings are mostly used. So resin injection, this technique is valid, used for narrow cracks in the structures. The cracks are about 0.5 mm. In this, epoxies are injected into the concrete structure and strengthen the structure. Stitching. In this, metal stitches are inserted in the concrete structure along the parallel to the crack to increase the strength of the structure. So we can see the figure and clearly observe that metal stitches are inserted into the concrete. That we can provide the epoxy or grouting. We can fill the crack, fill the material into the crack. Injection of grouting. So the main injection of grouting is to avoid damages and failures in the structure. If your structure is subjected to the median cracks and any spacings are there, we have to provide a grouting into the structure and we can clear that cracks. Next, guniting. In this, epoxy material, shotcrete, epoxy and shotcrete and cement water, cement concrete mixture is placed into the placed into the concrete surface. The distance between the surface and this equipment is 750 to 850 mm, and the pressure from this equipment to surface is 20 to 30 Newton per centimeter square, and the velocity is 120 to 160 meters per second. We can apply to the concrete surface to improve the strength and durability, to make a impermeable layer to the concrete structure. It is the main reason to use the gunite. After that jacketing, a steel reinforcement is provided around the concrete structures to increase the sectional member and load carrying capacity of the structure. So by using jacketing, we can improve the strength of the structure and sectional member. Shotcrete. It is applied only on damaged surface. We can improve the strength and durability of the damaged member. Routing and sealing. These are mostly used for fine and medium cracks. In this, the cracks are filled with epoxy material, and after that sealing is done. This is original crack, routing and sealing. Joint sealers are used for sealing in this. Next, self-healing concrete. It is one of important type of concrete. In this, concrete is automatic healed by cracks. Cracks are filled by, in this, bacillus bacteria are there. It is automatically healing cracks. It is one of the important in the concrete structure. In this tests are used rebound hammer and ultrasonic pulse velocity, penetration resistance test, pull out and pull off test, rebound hammer test. In this, plunger is pressed into the concrete surface. After that, locking the locking button, we have to get the rebound value. After that, rebound number, which gives the quality of the concrete. If the rebound number above the 40, the concrete quality of concrete is good, very good. 30 to 40, the quality of concrete is good. 20 to 30, it is fair, and less than 20, poor concrete, and 0 is delaminated. In this, we have clearly understand that types of positions used in the rebound hammer, that is horizontal position, vertical position, and vertical downward position, and vertical upward position. Ultrasonic pulse velocity test. In this, there are two types. Two are there. One is transducer and one is receiver. In this, velocity or pulse velocities are passed into the concrete structure. We can get the results. Velocity is determined by length by time. Length of the structure by length of the structure by time to travel the pulse. In these three types are used: direct method and semi-direct method and indirect method. The transducer and receiver are placed in our opposite direction. This is a direct method, and transmitter are receivers are placed in diagonal direction. It is known as semi-direct method. Transducer and transducer and receiver are placed same side. It is known as indirect surface method. The pulse velocity and quality of concrete. If the pulse velocity is greater than 4.5, it is excellent. 3.5 to 4.5, it is good, and 3 to 3.5, it is medium. Less than 3, it is doubtful. This is penetration resistant test. It is also called Windsor probe test and James Bond 007 test. In this resistant probe is fixed into the metal gun, and the diameter of the probe is approximately 5 mm, and the damage surface to the firing of the probe is 50 mm. The edge distance is 150 mm, and minimum number of thickness is 150 mm. The clear gap from the rear force is 50 mm. The probe is fired into the concrete surface. The depth of the penetration, which give the value. In this, we can clearly observe that exposed length of the probe, that is depth of probe to wave speed estimate, also determine the compressive strength of the concrete. In this graph, we can clearly understand. Pull out test. In this, specially shaped rod is inserted into the concrete. By using force required to put out the metallic disc from the concrete surface, we can note down the force in this picture. The pull-out force, which gives the compressive strength of the concrete. The graph shows pull-out force with respect to compressive strength of the concrete. And pull-off test. In this test, metallic discs are inserted into the concrete surface. The force which are required to pull out the disc from the concrete structure, the force is recorded by dial gauge, and The tensile stress is determined by force by area. This is now the main conclusion. These are an important, significant role plays in the detection and monitoring of civil engineering structures, and we can find out hidden effects leading to structural failures long before a collapse of structure. To maintain a structural integrity and durability and reliability, it is necessary to prevent and mitigate the damages and failures to the structural system. Depends
Hello. 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 Ma'am, Kavita ma'am. Ma'am, any questions?
Ma'am, I think he's not there. Maybe network error.
Ramesh?
Ramesh?
Hello. I think some this one.
It may be network error, ma'am.
Yeah. Then we will go to the next participant,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We'll continue.
Yeah. Ishwari?
Hi, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can share.
Okay, ma'am.
Try to share, Ishwari.
Hello, Ramesh sir.
Hello.
Ma'am, can I start?
Yes, Ishwari, you can start.
Ma'am, screen is visible or what?
Yeah, it is visible, Ishwari. You can start.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Ishwari. My topic is seismic analysis of multi-story building with the different positioning of floating columns. I have done this project under the guidance of Ms. USHA K N.
Excuse me, Geeta ma'am. Screen is not visible, ma'am. I think Ramesh screen is continuing. He has not stopped the
No,
sharing.
here it is visible.
Is it? Okay, ma'am. Fine then.
Coming to the contents of, hello. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Ma'am, can I start?
1 second, Ishwari.
Zoom ఒకటి
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ದು ಹ್ಯಾಂಗ್
డిస్కస్ చేసిన జూమ్
ఇప్పుడు ఏమైంది ఇంతసేపు వాళ్ళే ఇంతసేపు చెప్పాము అసలే Hello, Ramesh. Ramesh, can you unscreen your PPT? Hello.
Ishwari can continue.
Okay, ma'am. These are the content. And coming to the introduction part, actually multi-story buildings are usually constructed due to the most increase in the population in our country, and it is the main reason for the development of the country also. And structural engineers are challenged to give the efficient and cost-saving designs. And coming to the floating column, usually the normal columns are connected to the footing in the foundation, but the floating column is the one which is connected to the beams, and it transfers the load from beam to the another beam, and that beam will transfer the load to the neighborhood columns. And why the floating column is required? It is required to provide the large open areas for offices, parking, gyms, and commercial spaces, etc. And coming to where it's provided, like it is provided in the basement for car parking and large spaces, commercial spaces, etc. And this is the picture showing that floating column building, where the center three columns are the normal columns, and at the end it's provided with a floating columns, and it's a building made with floating columns. And this is the parking area in New York, which is constructed with the floating columns. And coming to the literature reviews which I have studied, one is Sarika Yadav. She has done study on the behavior of multi-story buildings having a floating columns under the seismic forces and observes the effect of shear wall in the same building. She has considered the three models. One is bare frame model, another one is bare frame model with a floating column, and third one is bare frame model with floating column and also shear wall in it. And all these three cases are analyzed for zone 3, 4, and 5 using the StatPro software. And the conclusion was that story drift and displacement is more for floating column buildings. By providing shear wall, drift and displacement value reduces compared to the floating column building, and hence it is advised to increase the size of the column to reduce the displacement values, drift and displacement values. And another one is Isha, and he has discussed the positioning of floating column in vertically irregular buildings. One is for G+5 and another one is G+7 RC buildings. He created two types of models to study the story drift and story displacement using ETAP software. Floating column should conclusion was that floating column should be avoided in high-rise buildings, and to overcome that risk, the size of the dimensions of the columns may be increased from this study. And this project to study the seismic behavior and structural performance of multi-story structure with and without floating columns in zone 3 using ETAP software. To study the flow of forces and variations in column forces with floating columns at varying positions, and to study the safe and reliable position of floating columns building under the seismic response. Coming to the methodology, here a model is generated using the ETAPs and analyzed for the different load combinations. And after analysis, the results are checked and compared with and without floating columns using ETAPs. This is the plan. And the building details, depth of the foundation was 1.5 meter and floor to floor height was 3 meter. Building dimension was 19.9 meter to by 22 meters, and number of grid lines in X direction was 6, and number of grid lines in Y direction was 7. Then type of steel used was Fe500 and grade of concrete was M30, and column size was 600 by 600 and beam size was 300 by 600 mm. Thickness of the masonry wall was 200 mm and slab thickness was 150 mm. Live load and floor finish all has taken according to the IS 875, and it was like 3 kilonewton per meter square, and floor finish was 1.5. Wall load was 12 kilonewton meter, which is calculated separately, and seismic zone was 3, and importance factor 1.5, and response reduction factor was 5, and soil type was medium, and building height was 49.5. And initially we are going to define the material properties. The property which concrete material grade we used was M30, and grade of steel used was HYSD 500, and defining of frame section properties was Column spacing in X direction was 4.3 meter and in Y direction was 5.5 meter. Area of load on column was 23.65 meter square. Live load and super dead load, all those are according to the IS 875. And load on column was 195.11 kilonewton. And later we are this is the defining process of beam and column. And slab. And this is the model 1. It is without floating columns. Here in this model, floating column was not provided. And this is the model 2, where the floating columns are provided at the corners of the building, in the ground floor, 5th floor and the 10th floor. And coming to model 3, floating column was provided 4 sides of the building at different story. It is shown in the plan. It is clearly visible in ground floor, 5th floor and 10th floor. And in model 4, a floating column providing 4 inner side of the building at different story, same as ground, 5th and 10th floor. And in model 5, only one floating column is provided at the center. It is seen in plan in the same ground and 5th and 10th floor. And in model 6, 3 floating column provided at the center of the building at the ground, 5th and the 10th floor. And calculation of wall load. Wall load is calculated. The thickness of the wall, it was a brick wall, 200 mm thick, and wall load calculated was 12 kilonewton per meter, and live load was 3 kilonewton per meter square, and super dead load is 1.5. And in ETAPS, we are going to define the loading patterns, dead load, wall loads, and live loads, earthquake loads, and the floor finish. Earthquake load is taken according to the IS 1893-2016. This is the defining process of earthquake loads. It is EQX, and this is in Y direction, EQY. And after defining all the things, we are going to assign the loads on the structure. After assigning the loads, we are analyzing the structure where we'll get the results. And displacement in X direction was given. This is including ground floor to terrace. Model 1 was having displacement of 74.8 mm, and model 2, 3, which are having floating columns, where the displacement as given in the table. And this is the graph which is plotted against the story level against the displacement. And the discussion is in analysis that result shown is model 1 displacement is of 74.8 mm, and in floating columns 2, 3, 4, 5 respectively, they are increasing value of percentage compared to the model 1 without floating column building. The permissible limit was all were under the permissible limit. Permissible limit was 99. And coming to the Y direction, these are the displacement values of values in Y direction. And results of discussion. Coming to discussion, it is showed that model 1 displacement is 93.8 mm, and in floating column it is increased respectively with these percentage 9.27, 4.69, 2.66, and 0.63, and 1.7% increasing value in percentage compared to model 1, which is not having any floating columns. Permissible limit was 99, and model 2 value is 102.5 mm, exceeding the limit. So to overcome this, we have to increase the dimensions of the column. Then coming to story drift is the ratio of displacement of one story with respect to other story. This parameter is considered to study the behavior of the building, and permissible limit of story drift was, according to IS 1893, was 0.004 times of the height. And these are the drift values in X direction. And the result, and this is the graph plotted story level against the drift values. In static analysis, it is observed that the drift values of model 1 without floating column was corresponding to fifth story was found to be 0.00191, and floating column building at the sixth story model 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6 respectively are increasing. So it is also understood that drift is also increasing as the floating column positions are changed, and all models were within the permissible limit. And these are the drift values in a y direction. And here also, here model 5 with the floating column is having a better performance, and all the models are within permissible limit. And coming to the base shear is more for the column without floating column, and the model 5, because we have provided floating columns only at the center. And in y direction also same, model 1 and model 5 are having more base shears. And coming to the conclusion, in analysis, displacement value shows the floating column building is more critical. Model 2 and model 3 is compared to the model 5 and 6. And it was observed that the story drift values with floating column building have a good performance of model 5 and 6 compared to the model 2, 3, and 4. And base shear is maximum in model 1 and model 5. And model 2 displacement is getting exceeded value. So to overcome that, we have to increase the size of the column. And most economical and safe building is model 5 and 6 with the floating column. And coming to the scope of the study, the present study deals with the static and dynamic analysis of the multi-story building with and without floating column to evaluate performance of the building with different positioning of the column. And the structure analysis is performed using E-tabs. The story parameters such as drift, base shear, and displacement are checked in the building. So these are the references. That's it, ma'am.
Thank you, Ishwari.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, Kavita ma'am.
Nice presentation, Ishwari.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you explain the load transfer criteria in floating column?
Ma'am, actually in floating columns, the load is from beam, it is transferred to the floating columns, and then the floating column is connected to the another beam. So from that column, it transfers to the beam, and that beam is that after that load is transferred to the neighborhood columns, which is connected to the footing in the foundation.
Okay, fine. Is it suitable for earthquake resistant structures, this floating column?
Ma'am,
can we use?
Ma'am, it is suitable, but we have to select the certain positions, ma'am. It's not suitable for all the positions. We have to select certain positions where how I have created models where the displacement is more or less. We have to consider all those things, ma'am.
Okay, okay, fine.
Hello.
Huh, ma'am.
Ma'am, Kavita ma'am, any other questions?
No, ma'am, no, ma'am.
Okay. Anybody from participants?
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you, Ishwari. Then we will go to the next participant, Chaitra. Chaitra.
Yes, ma'am.
Chaitra.
Yes, ma'am.
Chaitra. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Chaitra Yu. Presentation topic is designs of box culvert, presented by me and my classmates Chandrakant Jadekar, Channa Viresh, and Charan Kumar Ashok Kamble. This project is under the guidance of R. Shanti ma'am, Associate Professor, Dayanand Sagar College of Engineering. and go to the content. The first one is introduction, and second literature review, and then third one objectives, and fourth one methodology, and fifth one reference. And go to the introduction. Introduction means what is culvert, what is box culvert, and where are the uses and spans. These all are come. Introduction
Chaitra,
means
one
what?
second.
Yes, ma'am.
Chaitra,
Yes,
can
ma'am.
you please
Yes,
go
ma'am.
for a full screen?
Wait, ma'am.
Slideshow, can others slideshow, you can go for slideshow or full screen. F5. Okay, Chaitra, if it is not possible, fine, you can continue.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Introduction. A culvert may be a bridge-like structure designed to allow vehicles or pedestrian traffic to cross over the waterway while allowing adequate passage for a water. This box culvert may be constructed with a single box or multiple box cells placed side by side. Box culvert commonly used for drainage, and box culvert can be used as tunnels also because storage and material handling. This span of box culvert in highway about 4.5 meter and railways about 6 meter. And then go to the literature review. Continues with uh, Chandrakant Jadekar.
Good afternoon to all of you. As we have gone through 10 papers, we have gone through generals of 10 papers, and we have gone through 10 papers and decided that we are doing the box culvert. First paper, we have gone through design of one cell and twin cells RCC box type of mirror bridges. It is done by Ram Ruttan in the year July 2015. In this, they have decided that we have gone through this coefficient of earth pressure and impact on live loads. We decided that to know how to calculate this live load and the coefficient of earth pressure. In next paper, we have gone through design of railway box bridge. It is done by Mr. Afzal Haran Safar in the year July 2016. And to know that the design, they have decided that designed by the STAD Pro and the method adopted for RCC bridges is this is the best method that we have done by that is the moment distribution method. Then the next paper we have gone through analysis and cost comparison of box culvert for different aspects ratios of shells. It is by BN Shema and BM RP Sharma in the year February 2017. And we have understood that after seeing this general, we have gone through this studies. What design the quotient of pressure can be taken 0.5, which gives higher results than 0.33. This is the safe designs that we can consider. Then the next point is greater stress are found in a box culvert structures without caisson compared to box culvert with a caisson. Next paper, we have gone through analysis and design of box culvert. This through by the Dr. B.C. Poonima Ashok K. Jain in the year April 2016. We understood that to know the elements of elements and the bending moment and the shear force through this general paper. In the next paper, we gone through the design of box culvert with manual approach by A.D. Patel and B. Saraswati. Then in the year March 2019, we understood that after seeing this general load calculation, moment calculation, and distribution factors, and they have calculated by using all these shear force and bending moments, and they are drawn using the STAD Pro. Next paper, we've gone through analysis and design of box culvert by B. Saraswati and G. Ramakrishna in the year April 2019. And through that we understood about the dead load, live load and load calculation of class A loadings. Further, we will study about the class A loadings, and then we have gone through analysis and design of pre-stress concrete box grader deck slab bridges by Bandula Ashok and Bangar Datta in the year May 2019. We know that to obtain even better working results, the pre-stress concrete grader configuration deck slab can be subjected recast or a post tensioning. Next, we have gone through the paper of design of box culvert using limit state method by Dr. S.H. Hirad and S.P. Kamble in the year 2019. In that, we have gone through this paper and we understood that the elements and the live loads, dead loads, and bending moment and shear forces. This also can be, they have drawn through using the start pro. And we gone through the next paper, design of RCC culvert, the Cashion and without Cashion by Amita H. Mangode and Sandeep Harkut in the year May 2020. In this, we have understood about the moment of resistance, shear, and resistance effects on short and long terms. In the last paper, we have gone through analysis and design of bridge components using StatPro by Bharat Jasmine and Dilip Bodala. And we have, in the year June 2020, through this, we have known that load and load calculations and the moment calculations by using the drawings, and we understood to draw the drawings and next Chandrash will be content.
Good afternoon, respected organizers and judging panel members and professors from various colleges. Good afternoon, one and all, and my dear friends. In our design part, we are using the following loadings. The first one was IRC class 70R loading. These type of loads are using in the normally adopted on the all roads on which the permanent bridges and culverts are constructed. Bridges designs for 70R loading should be checked for class A loadings also, as under certain conditions heavier stresses may occur in this class A loading. Next loading, we are using IRC class A loading. This type of loading is used in the design of all permanent bridges. It is considered as a standard live load in our design. We consider it as a standard live load and a permissible bridge using class A type loading. Then it must be checked for class A loading also. Then we go for the next loading is IRC class AA loading. The loading is adopted within a certain municipal limits, certain extinguisher componented industries, etc. The next we are using 40T bogie loading. The bogies are a chassis framework that carries wheel set attached to a vehicle, a modular sub-assembly of wheel and axle bogies take various forms in various modes of transports. These are all these four types of loadings we are used in our design. Then we refer the following code books for our design: IRC 6 2016 section 2 loads and load combinations, and IRC 112 2011 for the materials concrete and pre-stressing bridges, IRC 21 2000 for design constants, and SP 13013 for guidelines for the design of small bridges and culverts. SP 105 2015 is used for explanatory handbook for IRC 112. The next slide will handle to my friend Charan. Over to you, Charan.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I am Charan Kumar Ashok Kamble from the Anand Sagar College. Today I am going to do that author understanding after doing through analysis of literature review and the code books. These are the objectives we have drawn for our final year project, and the objectives are to analyze the box culvert for different loading conditions. The loading conditions are 70 are wheeled and 70 are tracked, class AA wheeled, 40-ton bogie load, and to design the box culvert for the worst loading condition, to calculate the reinforcement requirement for the culvert, and to draft the drawings and carry out the estimation of the single cell box culvert. And next slide. Next slide is methodology for the project we are doing. Firstly, we collected the data required for the project and the collection of journals, code books, and case studies. And finally, we got that. Then we are doing the analysis, design, and drawing and estimation for the selected project. Next, bro. At lastly, these are the references we referred for the project. And thank you.
Thank you to everyone. Ma'am, Kavita ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Chandrakant, you have not concluded. What is your conclusion? Did you completed the project?
Hello, ma'am.
What?
No, ma'am. Still we are doing.
Still you are doing. Okay, but at least you have to conclude, no? So you have gone through different literatures. I think you could have understood for which loading you will get the, you have to design and what is the expected results. At least that could have been incorporated in the presentation. So one question. So you have not considered class AA loading. May I know why? You have considered only 70R loading and class A loading and B loading. I think B loading also. Okay. What about class AA loading? Why you have
It is
not?
there, ma'am. Class AA loading.
Ma'am, is there, ma'am? You consider.
No, you go to your objectives. Yes. See, to analyze the box culvert for different loading conditions, only you have considered wheeled tracked 70R and class A wheel loading. But you have mentioned in the objectives to design the box culvert for the worst loading condition. So what is the total load in class A?
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Is it audible? Chaitra and team.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So can you tell what is the total load for 70R loading and class A loading? So fine. Okay. So can you tell what and all the loading conditions to be considered for designing of box culvert? No idea. Are you all there?
Chaitra and team.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Ma'am, total load is 1000 kilonewton.
1000 kilonewtons.
Yes, ma'am. Wheeled vehicles
yes,
of
ma'am.
So worst loading condition is, heavy loading condition is class AA. For class AA, tracked vehicle itself, total load is 750 kilonewtons only. Okay, please check it properly. It's not 1000. Okay.
Ma'am, tracked vehicles are 700 kilonewtons. Our wheeled vehicles are total loading is 1000 kilonewton. That also
For,
it is.
for class A loading.
Okay.
No, you check it properly.
Okay.
Okay, and can you tell me what and all the different loading conditions you can consider on box culvert?
Ma'am, dead load
Yeah, dead load.
and
Live
wind load,
load.
live load, wind loads, and that's all.
Impact loads, ma'am. Live vehicle
Impact
impact loads.
Impact load. Very good. Then
Varying loads.
what?
Varying loads.
Varying loads. Okay. So soil pressure, surcharge loading and all you won't consider? Water pressure?
Yeah, ma'am, we have to consider water pressure.
We will consider.
Yeah, you have to consider because the walls of the culvert will be exposed to the water pressure, surcharge loading and soil pressure. Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chaitra, Chandrakant, and Channaviresha. Okay, we'll go to the next participant, Shah Fahad.
Yeah, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, yes, Shad.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
So, good afternoon, everyone. This is Shah Fahad Qadri, MTech final year student, Dayananda Sagar College of Engineering. I am presenting a review paper on analytical study of structure subjected to thermal changes. My co-author is Dr. Neetu Ars. So, about my topic, steel structures predominantly show high rate of failure in case of thermal load, which is one of the major concerns that overtook since last few decades. A reduction in strength and stiffness of member led to an extensive study on steel structure under thermal load. This improvised the behavior and led the footing to fire protection system. The parameters such as deflection, elongation, and sectional form changes drastically when a structure is subjected to thermal load. The resistance to fire is expressed in terms of Rs against the fire load, and a steel structure behaves identically different at every elevated scenario. These are the pictures in which the structure is subjected to fire loads. And this is the coal feeding bridge, which was caught fire in the year 2005. The temperature of about 1000 degrees centigrade was observed, and a fire damaged structure can be seen. In the picture, the upper stiffeners of the bridge were badly damaged, and the steel purlins are also damaged, which can be seen. And coming to the literature survey, the first paper is structural analysis of steel frames exposed to traveling and traditional design fires. The authors of this paper are Panagiotis and Jeffers, Guillermo Ren. It was published in the year 2004. In this paper, the findings are when 2 to 38% of smallest traveling fire is applied, it results in irregular oscillations, which are not regularly observed under uniform fire. And in the next paper, structural analysis of steel structure under fire loading, The author is C. Crosty. It was published in the year 2009. It shows that elevated steel structure fails under the fire load in a real building is considered to study the behavior of structure at different temperatures. That is, the displacement and stress are directly proportional to the increasing temperatures when a structure is subjected to fire. So the third paper is Study of Structural Steel Members Under Thermal Loading. The authors are Brahmanan, D.V. Patil, Professor S. Ramgir. It was published in the year 2016. According to this, the variation in temperature leads to expansion of the material. And if the expansion of the material is restrained, then stresses will develop in the structure. And this will affect the performance of the structure, and the effect of temperature on mode shape, model frequency in ANSYS software is performed and studied in this paper. And the fourth is behavior of steel structure under the effect of fire loading. The authors are Harshad D. Mahale, Professor S. B. Kandekar. It was published in the year 2016. It shows that the different fire loads on different structures results in different behavior of a steel structure. That is, a steel structure behaves differently for different thermal loads at different conditions and at different time intervals. The fifth paper is Thermal Stress Analysis of Beam Subjected to Fire. The authors are Hemangi K. Patade, Dr. M.A. Chakrabarti. It was published in the year 2016. According to this paper, there is a reduction in stiffness as well as in the strength when a structure is subjected to high temperatures. And the next paper is Finite Element Modeling for Effect of Fire on a Steel Frame. It was published in the year 2016 by Mr. Madan M. Avatade, Dr. C.P.C. Pise, Professor S.S. Kadam. This paper gives the stress-strain relationship effects on a fire performance of steel frame exposed to uniformly increasing temperature. That is, the stresses will increase on increasing the temperature, and the displacement and deformations are also increased when temperature is increased. Another paper is Analytical Investigation of Thermal Behavior of Steel Structure. The authors are Abhishek N. Nayak, Bhavna B. It was published in the year 2017. According to this paper, the load-bearing capacity of steel structural components drastically reduces in the fire conditions. And the next paper is a study on progressive collapse behavior of steel structures subjected to fire loads. The authors are C.R. Chidambara, Jainam Shah. It was published in the year 2017. In order to reduce the progressive collapse, this paper has suggested to use large cross-section steel and more bracings. And the last paper is Thermal Stress Analysis of Structural Components Exposed to Fire. The authors are Hemangi K. Patade. It was published in the year 2017. The response of structure can be noted related to the time, and provisions can be made for safety design. As at different time intervals, the reduction of stiffness as well as the strength will vary. So using the ANSYS software, we can know this data. This can be used for fire safety design. The outcome of literature review is the literature study showcased the behavior of steel structure at different temperature and condition. Different conditions such as conventional and traveling fire is observed. From above studies, it can be said that every different element of steel will behave unique for different temperature and for different conditions. So the inference from these papers are, from the above literature survey, it is inferred that higher the intensity of thermal load applied, higher is the rate of heat transfer along the beam length. Displacement and stress intensity in a structure is higher for a thermal load applied for a longer duration as compared to the thermal load for shorter duration. There is the reduction in strength, stiffness, and load-bearing capacity of the structure when subjected to thermal loads. The progressive collapse of a structure can be reduced by using large cross-section steel and more bracings. And the structure behaves unique at different thermal loads, conditions, and different time intervals. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, Kavita ma'am. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Even you have not concluded, Fahad.
Ma'am, as I have not started working on this topic, so these are the inferences from the review papers which I have referred.
Okay. Just you have started your project?
No, ma'am. In next term I will start it. Now I am in third term.
Okay. But this is analysis only you can do, no? Not required to wait till next sem. Okay, you have mentioned analytical study of a structure subjected to thermal changes.
Yes, ma'am.
So, what are the thermal changes? I have not explained. In terms of different parameters. Okay, anyway, fine. You just go through some of the literatures and you decide what and all the parameters you need to be considered and need to be evaluated on thermal effects. Okay?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. All the best.
Okay, thank you, Shah. So the last participant, Vedant.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. I'll present my screen now. Good afternoon, everybody, my co-presenters and my co-participants. I, Vedant, along with my co-presenters, Vaishnavi and Sanjay S and Vimali, and under the guidance of Dr. Neetu Varas. We are from Danasagar College of Engineering. Our topic for current year or final year semester was structural health monitoring of structures using Internet of Things, that is IoT. It's a review on our paper. The outline is introduction, literature survey, aims and objectives, methodology, and references. What is SHM? SHM is basically a system which is used to structurally monitor a structure. It is a emerging technique in the field of structural engineering. Then the continuous monitoring of the health of the structures is must, especially when the areas are prone to natural hazards. The structures can be monitored through various types of monitoring systems by using sensors. In order to share data and ensure reliability, SHM systems uses network and interact with smart interconnected devices that are known as Internet of Things. One of the recent challenges in structural engineering is development of IoT's SHM systems that can provide promising solutions for rapid and accurate low-cost SHM systems. Ours is basically still in the process of analysis, so we have not done any testing. So the steps which are followed for structural health monitoring are determination of damage which is existing on the structure, then determining its exact geolocation, quantifying, that is checking out the size of the damage and the severity of the damage, and then predicting the life of the structure. Okay, and we have referred several authors. Firstly, it was Internet of Things platform for structural monitoring by Ahmed Abelgawad and Kumar Alamati in 2016. This paper mainly focuses on a SHM platform for detecting size and location of the damage in structure. Then secondly, it was IoT of civil infrastructure by A. Prabha in 2016. In this paper, it was a practical implementation of IoT to monitor bridges and also make it self-sufficient by adopting alternative energy conservation systems. Then thirdly, structural health monitoring framework based on Internet of Things, a survey conducted by C. Junior Arcadius and his teammates in 2017. It gave us a brief idea on the introduction of framework for SHM using IoT technologies, or different type of technologies by using IoT, on intelligent and renewable monitoring, and also data routing strategy in IoT environment. Fourth one was IoT for structural health monitoring by Paolo Francisco and his teammates. It was published in 2018 in IEEE journal, and this paper gave us a brief idea about the proposed platforms which allow to reduce the energy consumption, that is battery consumptions, in the continuously monitoring systems for the new structure. The fifth one was structural health monitoring using IoT. It was a brief survey conducted. MP Suresh Kumar and G. Vanilla in 2019. The IoT structural health monitoring system is well adapted to application scenarios such as, it was mainly used in smart houses and smart cities, boosting only one side effect on safety effect on humans and goods. Whereas the sixth one is a layered IoT based architecture for a distributed structural health monitoring system by Camilo Scuro, Dominic Grimaldo, and Francisco Lamon in 2019. The proposed IoT system includes localization of the damage, classification of damage, recognize a possible danger for a single building and for neighboring buildings. And this was the IoT platform which was used in one of the papers, which we are going to implement in our surveys with more advanced equipment and technology. So there are firstly two electric sensors which are connected to a structure, then pass through a Raspberry Pi, which directly gives us the information on our smart devices, that is our mobile phones or laptops, which are interconnected through internet. This is a flow chart for, on the left is a flow IoT networking, which detects the damage and gives us alert or a message. And this is a test bed which we are going to set up in our labs. So I would conclude by saying that it was a complete SHM is a complete real-time SHM platform integrated with IoT systems. Is the future of SHM. The data can be stored in the clouds and it can be accessed remotely through mobile in any place and anywhere. The results in one of our findings was that it had a 1% error for damage location and 9% error for the width of the damage. So we would like to reduce this error and create a more economical and rapid analyzing a test bed. IoT allows the users for structure before the failure. So these are references. We have gone through many references in structural monitoring using different smart techniques and controlling measures for health monitoring. So thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Vedant. What are the
Yes,
different parameters we can measure in structures using IoT?
Ma'am, we can detect the cracks, their length, their geolocation, exact location, and the time in which they fail. We can also predict the life of what extent the damage is caused in structures. Hello.
Yeah, what are all the hardware requirements for IoT for measuring these parameters?
Yes, ma'am. The main hardware requirements are a Raspberry Pi. It's a interconnected module which uses to detect the damage, and it gives us a direct information on our smart mobiles.
Okay. Is any particular software is there to detect vibration?
Yes.
Crack width? You are using software?
There's a software called ThingWorks. ThingWorks, ma'am. ThingWorks. ThingWorks.
Okay. This software we can use for all the parameters. I mean,
no, ma'am. It only
width, moisture, strain, everything.
No, ma'am. No, it's only used for
only for
vibrations.
particular parameters.
Yes, only vibrations.
Only vibrations.
So we are using a piezoelectric sensor for it.
Okay. Can't we use MATLAB and all?
No, MATLAB is for detecting. It's a photo imaging sensor. So here we are not going to photo image anything. So it's only based on vibrations and the nodes which are passed from one piezoelectric sensor to the other piezoelectric sensor.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Vedant.
Thank you.
Ma'am, the second participant, Ramesh Gomasa, has joined. Is there any questions for him? Repair, rehabilitation, retrofitting of structures.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Sir, Ramesh, you have included one of your slide that increment of reinforcement will directly proportional to the increment of strength.
Ramesh?
Are you there, Ramesh?
Ramesh? Yeah, 1 second, Ramesh. Ramesh?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am, for delaying the people. Sorry, ma'am.
Okay.
Due to internet connections, I will last in middle of the conclusion. I lost my session. Hello.
Audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Audible.
Yeah, one of your slide you have mentioned that increases in reinforcement is directly proportional to the strength of the element. Okay, I mean it increases the ductile property of the element.
Ma'am, in this slide, I have mentioned reinforcement is increasing the performance and strength of the concrete. For
Yeah,
any
yeah.
damage,
So it increases the ductility property.
durability is increases, ma'am.
Yeah, you have mentioned that it is directly proportional to the ductile property. You have a curve you have drawn and you have explained.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, my question is, so if you're keep on increasing the reinforcement also, the structures become rigid.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but we required the flexibility property also for the structures
Yes, ma'am.
to resist the earthquake forces and all.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I don't know from where you have got that slide and you have shown that it is directly proportional.
I have shown in deterioration with respect to performance, with respect to time, ma'am. In this graph, I will show the performance and deterioration difference. By using reinforcement, we can increase the strength and performance.
Okay, but at the same time, it becomes more rigid also.
Yes, ma'am.
Over reinforced.
Yes, ma'am.
But we required a flexible condition in the structure. So it should not be over reinforced also. So that slide should be, I mean, corrected.
Okay, ma'am.
Fine, Ramesh. Other than it is fine.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Sorry for inconvenience, ma'am. My last connection in this presentation.
No problem. Due to network errors, everywhere it is common.
Yes, yes.
Fine, no problem.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ramesh.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Once again, thanks to all the participants and presenters. Thank you, Kavita ma'am, for joining us in this conference. Ma'am, any few suggestions or anything regarding this conference and presenters?
No, ma'am, it is fine. Few of the BE students were there. I think they have started their projects.
Yes, ma'am, yes.
And I think they have not concluded their projects. It's fine, ma'am. They will complete maybe in the next semester. The presentation, I mean, the session was nice, and it is well organized.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Kavita madam, very much thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving the opportunity, sir.
And being here, and you have chaired the session. Okay. It went on well. Okay. Thank you very much, madam.
Yes, sir. Fine, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity. Always, we will be part of your work, sir. Thank you for making me part of this.
Thank you very much.
Fine, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, once again. Now we shall have a lunch break. Exactly by 2:10, I think we can start with our second session, technical session on construction technology. Thank you, everyone.
Is Jack or that big?
Hello. Again. Okay.
Really, Mathod.
Whether the students are there, Shivam, Shrunga, Suprit, and or Ashes, who is presenting paper on studies on recycled concrete aggregate on overview. Anyone are present here from that topic?
Issues are Idir Alva. Session 2.
Yeah, okay.
You will be presenting that topic, right?
Yes, yes. Okay,
We can start. Share or is the
Doctor.
Hello. Yes, okay, we are done already.
Okay, Ashes, we have made you as co-host.
Ma'am, give me 2 minutes, ma'am. I'll present it.
Hello. Madam.
Sir, just a minute. One ನಿಮಿಷ sir, start ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
Okay.
Yes, just a second. Don't share your screen.
Yes,
Okay. Let's start our second session of the day, the technical presentation on construction technology. I request Ms. Shilpa B.S., Assistant Professor, to introduce the session chair, Dr. M.D. Patil, sir, and take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. USHA K N. Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Shilpa B.S., Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, EWIT. It's my honor to introduce today's session chair, Dr. M.D. Patil, Professor and Head, Government SKSJ-TI, Bangalore. Sir has completed BE in Civil Engineering and also ME in Structural Engineering from Karnataka University, Dharwad, in the year 1986 and 1989, respectively. He was awarded Doctorate in Structural Engineering from VTU in 2009. Regarding awards, Sir has awarded Gold Medal in BE Final Exam, Professor have 30 years experience in teaching structural design and construction, including infrastructural projects, now based with Government Engineering College, Bangalore. He was previously Senior Design Manager with Atkins Middle East, Director Principal with reputed Engineering College and heading consultancy services. He is a structural consultant from many residential towers, shopping malls, institutional buildings, and bridges. He is also expert in non-destructive testing and rehabilitation of structures. He has vast experience in research experience in structural engineering and published many technical papers in national, international conference and journals. He also worked as executive engineer for construction of technology in Technological University at Karnataka State. He is guiding 8 PhD research scholars at VTU, Belgaum. Regarding membership, Sir is Governing Council member of Angadi Institute of Technology and Management, Belgaum. Governing body member in SDM College of Technology, Dharwad. Member to Association of Structural Engineering. Building Committee member of SGBIT Technology, Belgaum. On behalf of entire Civil Engineering Department, I would like to welcome you, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us today to chair the session. I request Dr. M.B. Patil, sir, to talk few words about this stream. Over to you, sir.
Okay, madam. Okay. Okay, good afternoon to one and all who are present here for the second session. First of all, I'd like to thank and congratulate East-West Engineering College for arranging this kind of an conference and inviting me for this program. I wholeheartedly thank Dr. Nagaraj, head of the department, and Shilpa madam for inviting me for this program. Again, friends, I've been attending since morning all the whatever sessions were there, and I went through most of the discussion. And what I feel is now there is a lot of advancement in the technology. As such, now in construction industry also has revolutionized. New technology has come and so many things have happened. But as such, we Indians are not exposed to the new technology. Still, we are in traditional method of construction, traditional way of doing the things. But worldwide, for example, Dubai, where already they have printed 3D building office, and they have constructed a palm island in the ocean. That kind of a structure where we cannot go with this traditional way of what we do in our country. We have to adopt new technology. We have to innovate new things. As such, there are a lot of things are changing worldwide, but we are lacking as such because most of the time our syllabus is very old and it is not revised frequently. With these constraints, we are maybe around 50 to 60 years lagging behind what world is going on. For example, you have been observing here and there are a lot of tall structures are coming worldwide. So many buildings are coming up, maybe 300 meter, 400 meter, or maybe 1 kilometer height. But whereas still we are struggling to construct a building of 100 meters because of our technical support may not be to the what it is required. Now, friends, as such in construction technology, they are using the drones. They are using using the drones, we can able to evaluate the project, and we can able to assess or we can able to guide the progress of the project. And we are using the LiDAR. With using the LiDAR, we can get the photography and we can get the real image, 3D image of the whatever process it is going on. With remotely, we can able to monitor and construct a construct a building. And like that, there are so many things are there. Even when we want to give a line out in the usually when you start the construction of a new project, then we're supposed to place the prototype into the structure, into the ground, where you need to give the line out to the structure. Many times in European countries or in Middle East, they do the line out through LIDAR or through satellite. Whereas still we are in a traditional way. A lot of things have to be changed. And earlier, even in India also, we are not we are only constructing up to maybe 10-story, 15-story, not more than that. Now it is a requirement and it is a demand that we should go to the high-rise structures. We should construct a high-rise structure. We should adopt the new technology. We have to have innovation in the construction technology. Whatever worldwide innovations are there, those are to be practiced and those are to be incorporated into our syllabus, so that our young engineers will be get equipped with the present challenges. With these few words, I'd like to start the session. Over to Shilpa. Hello. Hello, can you hear me, madam?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Thank you, sir. And we'll start with our first presentation.
Okay.
Application of additive manufacture in construction of isolated wards to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. Pawan Kumar R. Just a second.
Sorry, ma'am, it's Shashank Kim.
Yeah, Shashank, you can share your screen.
Okay.
And the presenters, the presentation time is 10 minutes and 5 minutes will be the questions.
Can you see the slide, ma'am? Hello.
Yes, Shashank, you can continue.
Yes, ma'am. I am Shashank. My topic is application of additive manufacturing in construction of isolation ward to fight COVID-19 pandemic and explicit review. My co-authors are Pawan Kumar R, Channavaswarna, Niranjan, Venkategowda, and Ajay Kumar. These are the contents. Abstract. The food, shelter, and medicine supply chain has been disturbed due to COVID-19, which has spread over 180 countries. According to current evidence, coronavirus disease primarily spread through people with respiratory droplets and contact routes. Doctors and healthcare workers are working hard to save lives. This study compares a review of a great advantages and relying on 3D printing technology for construction and isolation ward and quarantine shelters over the conventional construction technology. In recent trends, 3D printing has advanced in construction technology. The primary advantage of 3D printing is reducing cost, time reduction, and construction of rapid isolation ward, which can be used to in this pandemic situation. Introduction. As we know that we are in a worst situation, which is COVID. Up to today, there are about 76 million confined cases globally, and there are about 1.7 deaths due to coronavirus. Additive manufacturing. Additive manufacturing refers to process by which the digital data is sent to a 3D printer, and the digital data is used to build up a component by depositing material layer by layer. And you can see in the first image that a thick layer can be produced with less matter of time, and thin layer can be produced with more time, but the finishing is more in thin layer. And these are the some of the other names. 3D printing was first invented in 1983 by Charles W. Hall. He is known as father of 3D printing. In 1983, the first patent by Emmanuel Sanch of MIT. The first additive manufacturing technique entered in the industry by producing small metallic components. In table 1, you can see that some of the patents are done by MIT. And image in the image you can see that some of the manufacturing technique used to 3D print metallic components. Working, how it works. First, the designer thinks the 3D model and then he creates a 3D image using a CAD software. Then the CAD information is sent to the printer. The printer forms the 3D model by depositing materials by layering, starting from the bottom and bottom to top. The same in the same case, or in some of the cases, lights and lasers are used to harden the material. The revolution of 3D printing took place after countercrafting, which was invented in 2004 at University of Southern California. And in the first image, you can see that it is a prototype of countercrafting built by same Institute of Southern California. In second image, you can see that 3D concrete printing with the help of a nozzle. And in the third image, you can see that 3D construction uh, of house using a 3D printer. Literature summary. Isabella et al. They have concluded that low cost can be the 3D printing houses can be produced at low cost, and it is environmentally friendly and reduce number of injuries and saves time. Avinash et al. Has suggested that addition of super plasticizers and super plasticizer, which improves the viscosity, and choking in the nozzle can be reduced and structural property can be improved. Kuzmina et al. Has revised that revealed that addition of silica fumes and nano clay enhances the shape, stability, and primary mixture, and also suggested that cylindrical stability test could be constructed could be considered for rapid shape stability assessment. Raoul et al. Has also tested to determine the porosity and found that porosity at a horizontal interface and the vertical porosity at the horizontal interface is higher than the vertical interface, and it is same is observed in the bond shear strength. Due to this weak interface bond, the compressive strength is lower when compared to mold cast concrete. Mehmet et al. Suggested that contour crafting for construction, which will reduce the pollution and number of injuries and facilitate on-site printing using contour crafting. And he has predicted that 3D printing might not replace the conventional construction, but it will be there for the support, and especially in the case of sophisticated building projects. IIT Madras has developed a 3D model as shown in the figure below. They claim that with their indigenous technology, the houses of 350 square feet can be printed within a matter of weeks at low cost. Now, some of the company like Vincent Company recently had 3D printed isolation ward for COVID-19 situation, in which they have donated for they are donated for medical staffs. Each structure measures 10 square meter in area and height about 2.8 meter. It was printed using a combination of concrete and recycled materials. This unit are built at isolation standard, which can withstand temperature, and they also say that it can withstand earthquake. And you can see in the right side the image, which is inside view of the isolated ward. Challenges include a bond strength between successive layers. By decreasing the nozzle standoff distance and the reduction in printing time, adding additives can improve the bonding strength and deforming layers. By modifying the nozzle design and treating treating with the traditional finishing can improve the deforming layers and shrinking. Shrinking Sinking can be reduced with adding less amount of water and concrete ratio, and adding additives and fibers to improve the strength. And according to 2014 Australian Bureau of Statistics, 52 out of 1,000 people will die in construction, and in America, 40 out of 1,000 people will die. And it can be overcome by automating the construction. Comparison: 3D printing over conventional construction technology. 3D printing is eco-friendly and requires less time, reduced number of injuries, and the printer does most of the work. Within hours, the building can be constructed. While it comes to conventional construction technology, more waste is produced and requires more time. Injuries are more due to labors are more. Labor does the most of the work. It requires minimum of 6 months to create a minimum size of houses, and complex shapes are tough to produce in a conventional method, and it is easy in 3D concrete printing. Conclusion: 3D concrete printing can be used to remotely construct quarantine shelters during COVID-19 pandemic, as it requires less human intervention and can construct with a less possible time. 3D concrete printing and 3D concrete printing and its related technology has not yet developed in our country, but it is developed in the other country, as the guest Dr. M.P. Patil sir has said. And if the limitation and challenges are overcome, it will be reliable construction technology in the future. These are some of the references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shashank. Patil sir, is there any questions?
Yeah, Shashank?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you, sir.
Yeah, you could have added few more case studies. Where
Yes,
all
sir,
they are
I know, sir.
constructed.
Yes, sir. I had, due to time constraint, I could not.
Okay, this COVID shelter, where they are produced?
Sir,
which country?
Sir, it is produced by the Vincent Company of China, sir.
China, they are produced. Okay, okay.
Yes, sir. Vincent
Okay.
Company, sir.
And you must have read that China, within 30 days, they have constructed a world-class hospital where
Yes,
most
sir.
of the components are 3D printed components.
Yes, sir. They are assembled it, sir.
Assembled.
Yes, sir.
Here, 3D printer will not be a building to be printed. The mass production can be done with a 3D printing, where each component can be printed and it can be assembled the way you require. In that case, it will be, you can economize it. Okay, nice presentation.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
collection. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, madam.
Okay,
You
thank
can.
you, Shashank. Okay, sir, thank you.
Any
Next
participant?
presentation.
No, madam. You can ask the.
Yeah, is there any questions from participants? If there is any queries, you can put it in chat box so that we can ask to the participant. Okay, next presentation will be from Meghna TJ. Topic will be case study on assessment of cracks and seepage conditions in buildings. Meghna, you can share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Meghna, you can share the screen.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
It's not visible. Check it once.
Ma'am, is it
Yeah, now we can see the
visible
screen.
now?
Yeah, we can see it now. You can start. Meghna, rotate your phone. Are you doing in laptop? We can see 3 slides here. So if you are doing it in phone, please rotate the screen. You rotate your phone. Or else you can start. No problem.
You can go ahead, madam. Meghna.
Meghna, am I audible? Okay, there might be some technical issues. So I will be calling the next presentation member, that is Asht R. Asht, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can start sharing your screen.
Ma'am, is it visible, ma'am? Hello.
No, yeah, check it once. It was shared, but now it's not. Let's just check it once. Yeah,
Yeah.
now we can see the screen.
Now it's visible, no?
Yeah.
Good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Yashas, along with my teammates Shivam, Shrunga, Supreet, under the guidance of Reshma IK. Our topic for today's studies on recycled concrete aggregate. Coming to introduction part. As there is a rapid increase in urban development, recycling the waste construction materials becomes very important. They are used in the form of aggregates. It is relatively cheaper, also has advantages over natural aggregates. Use of RCA is necessary as there is scarcity of dumping ground. The manufacturing process also easy and cost is 15 to 30% lower than natural aggregates. Coming to definition. As we know that C&D waste is nothing but the waste generated from construction and demolition of building and also remains of other associated activities. Recycling is conversion of waste materials to useful new materials. The 3 main important R's for sustainability are reduce, reuse, and recycle. The major sources of C&D waste are waste from C&D of existing structures, returned concrete from ready-mix truck, production waste of precast production facility. RCA stands for recycled concrete aggregates, that is from demolition waste. Recycled aggregates include concrete, masonry, and asphalt. LC is leftover concrete from hardened concrete, mainly from RMC plants and precast concrete plants. This little detailed explanation on C&D waste and recycled concrete aggregates. The main steps involved in manufacture of aggregates from C&D waste are inspection of C&D waste at the plant, weighing of waste, mechanical and manual segregation of bricks, stones, and steel, dry and wet processing. Coming to figure part, figure 5 shows the demolition waste before processing. 6A is recycled concrete aggregates and 6B is recycled aggregates. Recycled aggregates can be used as coarse aggregates, whereas recycled concrete aggregates can be used as both coarse and fine aggregates based on the standard. This estimated quantity of C&D waste in India, as per Ministry of Urban Development in the year of 2000, it was estimated that 10 to 12 million tons were produced. And in 2001, around 12 to 15 million tons. 2010, 10 to 12 million tons. And in 2013, around 530 million ton C&D waste were produced. The general application without much processing C&D waste can be used in backfills of retaining wall, bank protection of rivers or canals, fill for drainage structures, noise barriers, and embankment construction. The processing techniques. There are two main processing techniques, that is waste management and recycling of C&D waste. Waste management involves segregation, collection, and transportation of various types of waste, followed by reprocessing, recycling, and disposal. The recycling of C&D waste involves breaking, removing, and crushing existing waste materials into materials with a specified size and quality. Coming to international scenario of recycling techniques. In Germany, they follow closed-loop recycling system where the aggregates are almost recycled to 86%. In Japan, quality-oriented system is followed where recycling is around 95%. In UK, there's a series of successive crushers and screens. In Singapore, microwave technology is used with high-frequency heating technique. Coming to present scenario in India. This is a relatively new topic in India. Delhi Municipal Corporation has taken up this project to collect and recycle C&D waste at Burari, West Delhi to about 500 tons per day capacity. And also in Ahmedabad in Enviro Project Private Limited has commenced to around 100 ton per capacity plant for recycling C&D waste. Here, HEVOVA system, that is wet processing system, is used to separate sand from soil. It is limited to following applications, that is landfill, curbstones, etc. Uses of C&D waste in road sector. The aggregates can be used in subbase, base course for shoulders, in gravel road as surfacing, for non-structured concrete, for curbs, sidewalks, and gutter, concrete paving blocks as bedding material, fill material for embankment, drainage material for drainage lines and drainage structures. The advantages. It contributes to material sustainability. In turn, it saves energy. Pollution is reduced as the need to extract new materials is reduced. Concrete life is utilized completely. Transportation over long distance can be avoided. It also conserves landfill space. It creates employment opportunities. Disadvantages. Due to other cement mortar layer, traits are different, that is higher water absorption. Weaker interfacial transition zone. C&D waste has lower compressive strength, lower modulus of elasticity, and reduced durability. The difficulty in processing of recycled aggregates. Deposition of C&D waste over long time might flow to water bodies and might affect aquatic life. Limitations. Heterogeneity in materials in terms of quality and quantity. Negative perception by construction industry in using recycled materials that it will result in inferior quality concrete. Absence of precise technical knowledge. Non-availability of proper specifications and guidelines. No separate regulatory framework for the management of C&D waste. Non-availability of adequate data on C&D waste generation and its composition. Age of the building being demolished is uncertain. As per Bureau of Indian Standards, recommended new standard is IS 383-2016. This helps construction agencies to part substitute natural aggregates with recycled aggregates. This table gives us the idea on how to use these aggregates optimally. According to IRC 121, it is told that 30% replacement can be done on pavement quality concrete. Coming to literature review, the following slides provide a comparison of various outcomes of the research work done in India by various researchers in the field of C&D waste. In 2013, Ashraf in properties on compressive splitting strength and elastic modulus, it was observed that water absorption was around 2.15 to 7.15. Replacement of RCA was 0%, 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%. 10% silica was used. Mix was of M15 to M50. 25% of RCA replacement was feasible. In 2014, according to Ozaku, the properties were of compressive strength, tensile splitting strength, water absorption, and ultrasonic pulse velocity.
Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
you can skip this literature review and you can move to your project objective.
The mechanical and durability issues. As per performance studies in USA, it was observed that excessive amount of mid-slab cracking in jointed plain cement concrete pavement due to increased shrinkage and greater thermal expansion. This can be overcome by use of fly ash, improving the properties of RCA through coatings, limiting the RCA to 30%, use of water-reducing admixtures, modification in design of pavement, that is shorter joint spacing, also use of two-layer slabs, and using natural sand instead of RCA fines. Varied physical difference between RCA and natural aggregates in amount, water absorption, and specific gravity. Due to other mortar present in aggregates, there is increase in water absorption, and it also affects the strength of RCA. Removing other mortar by pre-wetting system could be the solution to reduce the water absorption. There is no uniformity in quality and quantity of RCA. Also, it finds it difficult in bringing the standardization. The absence of strong database to determine various parameters that affects RCA. Most of the long-term performance studies were based on shrinkage and creep behavior. Hence, there's a need of study on dynamic and cycling loading. The correlation of aggregate properties to fresh and hardened concrete properties would serve as an important first step into establishing a standard set of quality concrete measure for RCA. These are the references. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Patil sir, any questions?
So seriously working, sorry.
Okay, there is a small announcement. Participants, please restrict your presentation only for 10 minutes.
So any questions from other participants?
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
SS?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, SS, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what is your contribution in this, whatever work you have done? Because already this, whatever... Tell me.
So we've
Go
yet
ahead.
to start the project, sir. So we're just collecting the information if we can use C&D waste.
No, one thing, already this work has been done, lot of work has been done, and already so many research have been published on this. And already the code has codified the process. Then what else you want to do apart from that? What others have done it? That you have to think of.
Yes.
Because it is this research is going on maybe more than 30-40 years back. And a lot of research have been done, and already they have listed the advantages, disadvantages, and code has come. with the whatever work they have done. But apart from this, what all the available things are there? Apart from that, what is your contribution? What you want to going to contribute? That you have to explain.
So yes, so by changing replacement ratio of RCS.
No, just you go through the code and go through the literature and you define your problem properly.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Shilpa?
Sir, thank you, sir. Sir.
Okay. You can
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Yashas.
Thank you.
So next presentation will be from Meghna TJ. Meghna?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Start sharing.
Ma'am, can I start?
Yeah, you can start.
Here is my presentation on the case study on assessment of cracks and seepage conditions in building. The objective is we are concentrating on cracks and seepage in structures and their causes and with the repair techniques, which increases the aesthetic appearance of the structure and increases stability of structure, lifespan of the structure, and in the depth of cracks which can be repaired, and the real life experience, and in order to eliminate the possibility of collapses of a building. Introduction. There are some technical terms like repair, rehabilitation, restoration, and retrofitting. The repair is to replace the deteriorated, damaged, or faulty materials of a building. Rehabilitation is the process of repairing or modifying the structure to some desired useful condition. And the restoration is the process of re-establishing the original appearance or the shape or the materials of a structure. Retrofitting is that one thing which can upgrade the existing structure to get the enhanced structural requirements in terms of load carrying capacity of an existing building, or adding additional structural members that integral to the existing structure. Cracks, it is an complete or the incomplete separation of concrete into two or more parts produced by breaking or fracturing in a building. Cracks may appear in different patterns in the different buildings that can be occurred during the construction or after the construction, when it is subjected to superimposed load, or during the service life, which is a common phenomenon. And that may be caused due to structural deficiency or overloading, temperature, shrinkage effect, settlement of ground, faulty workmanship, and poor construction practices. Some of the non-destructive tests were used to determine the building strength, like rebound hammer test and the pulse velocity test. Seepage, it is a term which is used in a building. That means the flow of water from the various components like walls or floor of a structure due to the porosity, due to some percentage of porosity in concrete. It is observed that in a buildings, 99% of the water leakage problems are concentrated on terrace roof and in the toilets. It is because there is a continuous flow of water or running of water, the usage of water is seen. Lackage of drainage around the foundation wall around the building, that can result in a significant amount of water entering the basement through tight holes, wall or floor cracks or floor seams or any unfinished structures. The causes of water seepages due to poor maintenance or construction or defect in the design. This is a figure showing seepage from the various parts of the structure. In the first figure, it can show some elements like floor cracks, floor drain, sump pipe, wall joints, tie rods, and sewer pipes. In these points, a seepage can be seen. There is a water leakage from the wall. The third figure shows the seepage from the slab. Literature review. I have added two literature reviews. One is on causes of cracks and its preventive measures in concrete structure by Amkrishnan and Rajat Srivastava. As they say that it is an unavoidable response of any structure. The repair of materials and the repair techniques are different depending upon the type of cracks according to the position in a particular structure. And the cracks develop due to the deterioration of concrete or the corrosion of the reinforcement parts inside the building due to the poor construction or inappropriate selection of constituent materials, and by temperature and shrinkage effects. Evolution of cracks can be done by different techniques like crack compactor and ultrasonic testing. This is a figure referring the crack on wall. The technique used to cure the crack is epoxy injection, which is an economical method of removing the cracks in the concrete walls and slabs, etc. And it is capable of restoring the concrete to its pre-cracked strength. This technique consists of establishing entry and entry ports at close intervals along the cracks, sealing the crack on exposed surface. Literature review on study on identification and inspection of cracks by Kishore Kamal and Namesh Kulemsetti, JIT Chhattisgarh. They have said that cracks could be broadly classified as structural and non-structural cracks. Where the structural cracks there may be due to incorrect design, faulty construction, or overload. Non-structural cracks are mostly
Madam, you can go to your work.
Okay.
What work actually you have done it?
Okay. I have taken few case studies.
Okay.
One is a college building that is located at Sheshadripuram. There are functional cracks on slabs and walls were found, which was around 3 mm. That was due to uneven loading. This is a figure of the college. And this was a crack on the slab.
Did you study the crack because of what? Like,
so that was due to uneven loading.
Uneven loading, or maybe temperature tension crack, or maybe.
That was due to uneven loading. They have filled the crack using epoxy.
Okay.
Good. Like some chemical called epoxy 10, which indeed increases the strength of building and gives aesthetic appearance. Meanwhile, increases the lifespan of the building. So the second case study was on residential and commercial building located on JP Nagar. Waterproofing works were being done. This was a site condition. This was a step, and the chemical used was Dr. Fixit for waterproofing on
Okay, go ahead, madam.
Okay. Third case study was on a residential building located on Rajarajeshwari police station. There was a seepage on the top of the building from cracks that was on terrace. This is a method of application. They also used the chemical called Dr. Fixit to fill the cracks and to control the seepage. And this was the thing what
Madam,
I have
you got
done,
any
sir.
data after repairing, how it works, how it behaved, and all those case studies are there?
No, sir.
No, these are the chemicals are used and they are repaired. After repair, how long it was sustained, and what happened after repairing? Those statistics are available with you?
No, sir.
After repair?
After repair, I don't know, sir.
Okay.
So this case study for this was a block of DAY-1 building, which what I have done. I have considered one particular building, a DAY-1 campus. So there were cracks on particular classrooms, like A block building, where the wall crack ranging from 0.5 centimeter to 1.5 centimeter, and their wall strength was determined using the ribbon hammer. And these cracks were found to be 0.2 to 0.4 centimeter in width, and this may be caused due to inappropriate mixing of materials. And another crack width was found that was ranging from 1.8 to 3.6 centimeter. Also, 3 to more than 8 centimeter was found, and these were due to which is because of the structure has been constructed next to the another building, which were jointed in management, and the column of the structure were placed at a slight gap. So the foundation for the column is eccentric, and the level of different floors and the beam of the two structures, which were next to next, has some difference. That means it has a little level difference in the floor and the beam. Since the floors has been continued for one structure to another structure, and because of the level difference, the cracks have been formed in the beams joining and wall near these columns. This is another residential building. So this was just a case study, which I have not done. Just data collected from other resources located on Richmond Circle. The cracks were developed due to uneven loading. These cracks were developed on a column, and this was treated by epoxy injection, where the surface of the column was clean and dust particles were removed, where the cracks were opened and nozzles are fitted with a drilling instrument drilled to a depth of 2 to 3 inches, and the chemicals like epoxy were uh, injected through the nozzle, and it is left to set for 24 hours. The encasement was done to a column, girder support provided with IS MB 200 plates, providing the reinforcement of 8 mm to 12 mm, and concrete was poured inside the encasement. This is how it was overcome through cracks. So this was a test like a ribbon hammer test, which is a simple test to determine the strength of the building structure, and another one was ultrasonic pulse velocity test were conducted. So methods of damping. If the crack was
You can skip this, madam. You can skip.
okay. The main objective was expected was in this project we were studying about the degradation of structure during the serviceable condition of a building that gives cracks, seepage, and other conditions. So how these cracks develop and their location and their causes after the development of the cracks, what kind of techniques can be used, and their strength enhancing techniques that can be determined, and some of the crack filling techniques that were followed were grouting, stitching, jacketing, etc. And in case of seepage also, it can be followed. So coming to conclusion, a timely check for the development of cracks and seepage in any structure, it is very essential as it may lead to permanent damage if not properly assisted in the right time. Improving the structure by filling the cracks will improve the lifespan of structure. So this project work concludes that it is
Okay, there might be some network problem. Sir, next presenter na kariyada, Patil sir.
Yeah, correct,
Shall I call?
madam. Yeah.
Sunny sir, ಬರ್ತಾರ ಅವರು?
ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ ಅವರು.
I'm host, co-host.
Co-host ಆಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಮೇಘನಾ? ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ.
So by the timely check for the development of crack and seepage in any structure, it is very essential and it may lead to permanent damage if not properly assisted in the right time. Improving the structure by filling the cracks will improve the lifespan of structure. If cracks are left without providing proper remedy, it may get enlarged and may lead to the failure of the structure, and it can be observed that the structure is subjected to various stresses and real environment condition, which leads to different types of cracks and demands specific rehabilitation for the serviceability of a building. If cracks are not filled and rectified, then more chances are likely to increase in depth and width and depth of cracks, which may further lead to exposure of reinforcement to atmosphere, causing corrosion of them, and also lead to the severe disadvantage like weakening the proper function of transferring load that could cause damage slowly or even rapidly. And providing the proper waterproofing, the aesthetic appearance will also increase, and the strength variation can be arrested, and one can improve the whole life of a structure. And these are the references which I have used for this. Thank you, sir.
Meghna,
Yes, ma'am.
as you have given the introduction about retrofitting, can you tell different retrofitting techniques for structural elements? Like for columns, beams, slab, what will
Ma'am,
be
for column jacketing can be made.
Okay. Anything else?
May I ask question, madam?
Yeah, sir. You can continue.
Meghna,
Yes, sir.
how did you measure the depth of crack in concrete section?
Sir, that was using a needle.
No, that may not be the case. You got ultrasonic pulse velocity instrument, you know.
Yes,
With
sir.
that, you'll be able to calculate the depth of crack. That
So
procedure
that
is
is
there for that. We could have used the ultrasonic pulse velocity meter.
Sir,
Okay, anyway.
Okay,
Okay, madam, thank you.
thank you, thank you, sir. Thank you, Meghna. I hope there is no question from other participants. So next presentation will be from Rohit Kumar Reddy, MH, on strength analysis of stabilized mud blocks. Rohit Reddy,
Yes, ma'am.
are you ready? You can share the screen.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Okay. Rohit, make it slide share.
Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Rohit, East West College of Engineering, Yelahanka, and with the teammates Veeresh and Sangeeta under the guidance of Megashri, Assistant Professor, Civil Department. I'm here to present you on the analysis of stabilized mud blocks. That's the topic what I'm choosing. Rather, introduction, earth has always been the most widely used material for building. The blocks which are made by these earth substance, like earth's mud substances, these are 2.5 to 2.8 times bigger than the volume of a brick, and it has a high density, varies between 1.8 to 2.1 gram per cc. The block which is made of this earth mud is very high density with which varies between 1.8 and 2.1 gram per cc, and it is a low cost, easy to manufacture locally, and the soil is available at the site and has a smooth surfaces. And what is stabilized mud block actually? Stabilized mud block may be defined as a mud which does not soften due to action of water by the use of small quantity of a binding agent like cement, and lime both can be used at a time. The process of block making has two steps. Firstly, right type of soil has to be mixed with a specific amount of stabilizer, and secondly, it has to be compacted into a high density block at a suitable moisture. And what like there are the advantages of the mud blocks are soil is available in the large quantity in the most of the region, and cheap and affordable in most of the parts of most of the cases, and easy of use. No specialized equipments are required for or any craftsman to be required for this for the construction of the block. And there are some limitations where the reduced compacted mud block can be a little problematic, and this is because reduced durability if not maintained and properly protected. But this occurs mainly at the regions of medium to high rainfall regions, and due to which is like stabilized mud block is made up of mud. It is mostly soluble with the high water. So it is a little problematic at the medium to high rainfall areas, and low resistance to abrasion and impact. Low resistance to abrasion if not reinforced properly. It has to be reinforced properly, otherwise there is a low resistance to abrasion and impact. And what are the objectives of my presentation? To upgrade the rural traditional Kutch houses and cost effect and to introduce cost effective and durability houses, an alternative of burnt bricks, and to demonstrate and popularize the technology of stabilized mud blocks using locally available soil or mud, and to uplift the poor people with standard houses of this technology. And these are some literature, these are some literature reviews which I referred for my presentation today. Dr. S. Vimala and Dr. K. Kumaraswamy studies on the Earth's strength of stabilized mud block masonry using different mortar proportions. This is an
You can
international
skip this.
journal of
You
emerging
can skip.
technologies. Hello.
Literature review you can skip.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
You go to your work.
Materials and methods. The primary raw material for production of stabilized mud block is raw earth or soil. OPC in small cement in small quantity and stone dust may be added depending on the soil quantity. And stabilized mud blocks can be prepared by compacting a moist mixture of soil, quarry dust, and cement in a machine. These are some examples. These are some examples and live examples which I was working while doing this project. And these are the technical details of the machine. Name, technology, and action for rural development. It is construction. This machine is built under the name Tara Balram mission, like Tara Balram Industries. Size of the block varies. The size of the block is 9 into 7.5 into 4.75 inches. Weight of the machine at the range of 115 kgs. It is a portable type of machine and it can be easily established at the construction site. Energy sources of power, mechanical power, compaction by pressure. The block needs an high compaction. The soil needs to be highly compacted for the block to be prepared. So the compaction is by pressure, and stabilization is 5 to 10% stabilization. Like we need a stabilizer for the block to be combined together, like bond together. So we use 5 to 10% of cement, and we can make up to 500 to 600 blocks per day. And it can also the blocks can be produced with a thinner than 10 centimeters of thick. And this is an example of Tara Balram mission. And the tests on raw materials and results. These are the tests which we worked on. The test is specific gravity test, and the value is 2.6, and liquid limit is at 58, and the plastic limit 27. Grain size analysis: sand is of 5%, silt 36%, clay and 59%. Compaction: optimum moisture content 22%, maximum dry density 1.6 gram per cc. And these are the physical properties of cement and physical properties of stone dust. Physical properties of cement is compression strength, value is 33.8, specific gravity 3.10, and standard consistency is 32%. Initially setting time is 55 minutes and final setting time is 270 minutes. And physical properties of stone dust which we are using is a compressive strength is 23.12 and specific gravity is 2.5. Surface structure is rough and particular shape is fine powdered. And these are some references which we took from the code book, like liquid limit test, plastic limit test, grain size distribution, and specific gravity test. And liquid limit test is cone penetration method specified by IS 2720, and plastic limit test is specimens were determined by 3 mm rolling thread method as outlined in IS 2720.
Rohit Kumar.
Yes, ma'am.
You are still in technical details of machine slide. We are not getting to see the reference and whatever you're telling now.
Ma'am.
Can you move the slide?
Technical details of mission, right?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Now. Hello.
Yeah. It can be seen now.
Okay, ma'am. And this is an example of Tara Balram mission. And these are some tests on raw materials which we conducted. And these are physical properties of cement and physical properties of stone dust. And this is the code book references, liquid limit, plastic limit, and grain size distribution and specific gravity test. Liquid limit test, we did the cone penetration test for our liquid limit test, and the plastic limit test is by rolling 3 mm thread method as outlined by IS 2720. And grain size distribution of the soils was done as per IS 2720, and specific gravity test was determined by using a pycnometer of 1000 ml capacity as specified to 2720 IS code. These are the experimental program which we followed. We took a we take the sample of the soil and we mix it with soil of 5% and 6% soil plus 5% of cement, and with the different types 6% of cement and 7%. And with that, we made it 12 blocks each each with a 5% of cement and 6% of cement and 7% of cement. At last, we have to know the cost analysis. So these are some examples. This is at the left side, you see the mud blocks which we were prepared, and the right side is an example which was built using the mud block. Compression test results. After we making a 12 blocks per each, we tested it in the compression, like we used it for compression test, and these are the values which we got for 7 days. Percentage of cement, like the values goes on increasing as the increase in the cement percentage. 5% cement at the trial one we got 1.40, and trial 2 1.43, and trial 3 1.45 at an average of 1.43. And at a 6% cement percentage, we got an average of 1.51, and that 7% of cement additions, we got 1.65. And these are some results for 14 days and 21 days. For the percentage of cement for 5, 6, and 7. And this is an 28 days test compression strength result of the block, and average compression strength according to a percentage of cement for 7 days is 1.43, 14 days is 2.12, and 21 days is 3.28, and 28 days is 3.65. Like here it shows a major difference. There is a large difference between the compression strength as the days go on increasing. This is a graph which shows about compression strength to age in days. Graph of compression strength versus age of mud blocks. So as the age of mud blocks is going increasing, the strength of the mud block is increasing. And you can see the different colors with 5% cement as blue, and 6% cement as red, and 7%
Rohit,
cement.
you are in still table slide. We can't see the graph.
Now, ma'am?
No.
Hello, ma'am?
No, it's still in 7 days table. That is compressive strength table.
Now 14 days and 21 days. Is it visible, ma'am?
Still in table. Okay, you can explain.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yeah, continue.
Visible. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This is a graph between compression strength to age in days of the mud block. There is an there is increase as the days are increasing for the blocks. The compression strength is high, and at the last, for the conclusion thing, stabilization of mud blocks using Portland cement fulfills a number of objectives that are necessary to achieve lasting structure for locally available soil. And the 28 days compression strength of stabilized mud block with 7% cement is 4.01 MPa. It can be observed that the increase in cement percentage, the compression strength is also increased. And the amount of water for soil cement mixture needs to be carefully controlled. There needs to be sufficient moisture for the cement to fully hydrate, but no excess of water, which should reduce the final density, increase of porosity, and reduce final strength. The cost of technical performance has revealed that stabilization mud blocks is interesting by the social and economic impact it will bring to local people. Scope for future work in the stabilized mud block is by adding some more extra soil tests, example for Proctor test and vent shear test, which I didn't do in this presentation. We can there is a scope for future work in the stabilized mud blocks and to take the research on utilization of locally available building materials for low cost housing. and dissemination of technology to take up research on utilization of locally available building materials, soils for low-cost housing. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your valuable time. Any questions?
Sir, any questions, sir?
Yeah, madam, you can give 2 to 3 minutes. I'd like to bring up what has happened in this mud block technology. Can I speak for 2 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You can.
Madam, this whatever mud block technology, whatever he has presented, it was very much researched in the 80s or 90, early 90s, when it was published. So many works have been done. Then ISA professor, Mr. Srinath, he was pioneer in developing this technology, and it was hotcake those days. Subsequently, this was impressed by the Karnataka Housing Board, and they have constructed 1,400 houses in Yelahanka New Town. And out of 1,400 houses, before completion of the building, 60% of the buildings have collapsed. Before occupancy of the building, almost 95% of the buildings have been collapsed. And that out of 1,400 buildings, only 1 or 2 buildings were standing. Most of them have collapsed. This technology has failed, and still people are doing research. But as such, it was public. It was a research lot, and it was hotcake those days. And subsequently, with over a period of time, we come to know that this mud block, whatever bricks we prepare, it is good that at laboratory level. If you give this technology to the construction industry, definitely, because end of the day, what happens is whatever the laborers who are producing this block, they are unskilled. They doesn't know anything about the soil mechanics, and this technology, if they do it without any background, then definitely it is a disastrous. Therefore, I request all my young researchers, be careful when you are giving a technology to the public, whether it can be sustainable or whether it can be used properly, and what will be its impact into the society. That all those points are to be observed. This is my brief this thing. And subsequently, now recently, when we started using flash as an alternative material for the cement, and there were flash bricks were available, and being consultant, I proposed this bricks to one of the engineering college building in North Karnataka. They're constructed, and after 1 or 2 years, almost all the buildings have failed. This is my own experience. And when you are adopting any new technology, you should be very cautious. This is just I wanted to share my experience with you. Thank you. Thank you, Shilpa.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for sharing the information and your experience. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you, Rohit. So next presentation will be from Vijay K. Vijay K. Chetlani.
Be presenting the paper.
Syed, okay. Okay, you can start.
Yes, ma'am. You've given me an option of posting, ma'am.
Rohit, you can stop sharing your screen and unmute, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, mute your microphone. Yeah, Syed, you can start now.
Madam, is my screen visible? Can you see my screen? Is the screen visible, ma'am? Can you see the slides, sir?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, we can see. You can start. Make it slide
Yes.
share.
So the topic for today. Yes. Slide. Okay. Yes, ma'am. One second, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. Very good afternoon to one and all present here. So the topic for today's presentation is effect of ice and pozzolate 3035. This is basically a chemical which is used in concrete in order, it is a retarder which is used in concrete. And we are going to study the strength parameters on C40/20 and C15/20 grades of concrete using British standards of mixed design. So basically this research work has been conducted in Middle East, which is in Oman, by one of my colleague, that is Vijay K Chatlani. He's a civil engineer. Okay. So the
Syed,
abstract
just a
of,
minute.
sure.
Participants, please restrict the presentation for 10 minutes so that sir can ask questions and we can finish it.
Sure.
Syed, within 10 minutes, please.
Done. No, I'll wind it up.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So concrete is one of the most used building materials. As we know that the most important ingredient of concrete is cement. So basically cement, when it is added into the ingredients of concrete, it has a huge amount of heat which is liberated. That is called as the hydration process. So in order to reduce this respective heat of hydration, we induce ice or we induce chilling water into the concrete. So this basically we do it. Okay, and the concrete mix design, what we have done here is C40/20 Newton per mm square and C15/20 Newton per mm square, that is ordinary Portland cement, and we have added a master pozzolate 3035 high performance plasticizing retarder, and let us discuss about the different results what we have. Okay, and these were the objectives. We have prepared this respective mix design based on British standards. It is not IS 10262 because the concrete was basically manufactured in Middle East, which is in Oman. Followed by that, the behavior of this respective C15/20 and C40/20 was to be studied for 7 days as well as for 28 days. That is for compressive strength. So we basically were worried about the temperature effects. We wanted to study what are the temperature effects onto the strength of concrete, because already the temperature in the Middle Eastern areas is very high, as we know. Does that temperature affect my strength of concrete or as well as the workability? So this respective master puzzle in 3035, which was taken from BASF of a particular value, we use this so that it acts as an so that we can vary with the time. The setting time as well as the hardening time of concrete can be varied, and it induces strength parameters into the concrete. And one more very important aspect which we are still studying is that is the durability of concrete with respect to reinforcement, because this respective chemical helps us to stop the corrosion that is happening into the reinforcement. So what are the next research work what we are trying to do here is we are going to insert the reinforcement and do the concreting process for lintel member. After that, we are going to induce chlorides as well as carbonation effect, or it might be electrical charge method, onto the respective concrete element, and check whether it has whether the passivity layer of my reinforcement is getting destroyed or what. So that we are trying to understand. Okay, the problems what we have here is increased water demand. This is due to the temperature. These are the problems which were encountered due to the temperature effects in Middle Eastern areas with respect to concrete. And the process which we have done is here is we have data collection with respect to all the different materials. Target mean strength we have calculated before we cast our concrete cubes, okay, or concrete molds, and the rest others like water cement ratio, water content, all these parameters have been done by us. And this was the cube specimen which were casted, that is 150 into 150 into 150 mm cube, followed by ordinary Portland cement, that is 350 kg per meter cube. And here one important thing is we used something called as the fine aggregate. What we used here is something called as wash sand. So the sand was completely washed in order to remove all the clay particles. So it was mixed in concrete. And these were the specific gravities what we have got, and the main important specific gravity of master puzzle 3035 is 1.23. And this is the 7-day testing what we have got with respect to C15/20. Now with respect to British standards, when I'm talking about C15/20, this 15 is the grade of concrete, and here 20 represents the particle size, that is the aggregate size, and this is the slump value what we have got. at this respective temperature. And these are our compressive strength values. This is for 7 days, and this is the graph representing the 7-day compressive strength of specimens. Similarly, it is for 28-day testing what we have done. These are the results what we have achieved for 28 days. I will talk about the target mean strength based on the British standards what we had calculated. Okay. Now this is for 40 grade of concrete, where we have used 20 mm of aggregates. Yes. Then followed by this, we have same for 28 days of testing. These are the results, and we could see that the maximum compressive strength for 7-day for C15/20 is 21 Newton per mm square. But the target mean strength, what we had calculated based on the British standards, there is something called as risk factor. Like how we have standard deviation in IS 10262, we have something called as risk factor, that is 5 based on the British standards code. Okay, so when we multiply that respective risk factor into the characteristic strength of concrete, we have got the target mean strength as 23.25 for 7 days, and target mean strength of 48.25 for 28. This is for 28 days. Okay, and this is for 40 grade of concrete. And the studies, as I have told you, the next research what we were talking about is we are trying to understand the behavior of reinforcement with respect to that respective chemical. That is Master Puzzle 3035. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Hello. Hello, is my voice audible, ma'am? Sir.
Hello. One participant wants to ask the question. Miss Arpita.
Sir. Yes, yes. Yes, please
Arpita,
go ahead.
ask the question.
Syed finished? Sorry, sir.
Yes, ma'am,
There
it's
was
done.
some network issue.
Yes, completely, madam.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
No question from
The
my
next,
side.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
sir, shall I call the next presenter?
Yeah, you can call.
Okay, sir. So next presentation on green concrete by Tejas DK. Tejas?
Yes, ma'am. I will.
Oh, okay. Start sharing your screen.
I will be visible, ma'am. Hello.
Yeah, Tejas, you can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Presented by myself, Tejas DK, 7th SEM, Department of Civil Engineering, EWIT, and guidance of Mr. USHA K N, ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, EWIT. My title project name is Green Concrete. The first content, the major content for green concrete. First one, introduction, literature review, objectives, methodology, result and discussion, conclusion, societal relevance and future scope, and final references. The first content is introduction. What is meant by green concrete? You think about, we can observe, green means safe zone, green means recycle or eco-friendly, and another word is concrete, which is made from waste materials that are eco-friendly, or called green concrete. This was first invented in Denmark in the year 1998 by Dr. W.G. The waste like slag power plant waste, demolition waste, mining and quarry waste, and red mud and combustor ash, and so many. These are waste materials are used for the green concrete. And advantage of the green concrete: to reduce the cost of aggregate. It has good flexural strength. It reduces the environmental pollutions, but not completely reduce the environmental pollutions, because pollution ever increasing in a rapidly developing in world at present also. So these two are reason for not completely reduce the environmental pollutions. And it has good thermal and acid residence, and it is cheaper because it utilizes the for natural resource and waste materials. And the disadvantage of the green concrete structure constructed with green concrete is comparatively less, and water absorption is high because partially replacement by concrete by red mud. I just skip about the literature review because time is very shortly. Summary of the literature review in this project from the above study of the found that red mud is very waste product, is the waste product from the alumina industry, can be used as a replacement of cement. Then granite powder waste product from quarries can be used. Sir.
Rotate your mobile.
Okay, sir. Hello.
Okay, continue.
Tile waste or ceramic tiles waste from demolition of buildings can be used as a replacement of coarse aggregate. Till now, the work has carried out in the concrete by replacing on one or more materials that is cement and fine aggregate and coarse aggregate. In this present work, concrete properties has been found out by the replacing the three materials, that is cement and fine aggregate and coarse aggregate, and compare with the conventional concrete also. Next thing is objectives of the green concrete. Hello. To study the effectiveness of the M20 grade concrete by partially replacement of cement by red mud, partially replacement of the fine aggregate by granite powder, and partially replacement of the coarse aggregate by mosaic tiles waste, to find the optimum percentage of the red mud and mosaic tiles waste in the partial replacement of the cement and coarse aggregate respectively, so that we can achieve the maximum strength by increasing the percentage as 5%, 10%, 50%, 20 and 25%, keeping the granite powder of 15% replacement of the constant. To determine the characteristic strength of concrete by conducting tests like compression test, flexural strength, and split tensile test, and compared with the conventional concrete also. Wow, you think about why these materials are used for in this project. Yes, I choose it for three materials in this project. First, red mud. Red mud is the tailing generated from the production process of alumina in alumina industry. With rapidly growth alumina output in recent years at present also, the discharge amount of red mud is increasingly accordingly. About 120 million tons red mud would be discharged globally every year at present also. Second materials in the granite powder. Granite powder belongs to igneous rock family. The compressive strength will be the greater than 200 megapascal or 210 to the power of 6 Newton per meter square. Granite powder are obtained from the polishing units, and during the process cutting the granite mass lost by 30% the form of dust. Every year 250 to 400 tons of granite waste is generated at site. Finally, the mosaic tiles. The ceramic wastes are produced as a result of ceramic processing. Each year, approximately 250,000 tons of tiles are won out, while 100 million tiles are used for repairs. This waste materials can be reused to save money, and it is cheaply economically. The next thing is the next content for methodology. Methodology is formation for 6 steps. First step is material collections. Cement. Which type of cement? OPC 53 grade. OPC means ordinary Portland cement. And fine aggregate type of cement, river sand, zone second. Size less than 4.75 mm, and coarse aggregate size is less than 20 mm, 12.25 retained. And red mud Indian standard CV passing through the 1.18 mm, and mosaic tile size will be 20 mm down size, and last granite powder Indian standard sieving passes through the 4.75 mm, and figure we can see the figure 4, 5 and 6 also. And next step is basic materials test. For example, cement test conducted and result and standard values. For example, cement fineness is 5% and specific gravity of cement is 3.125%. Normal consistency of the cement 32%, and initially and final setting time of cement 50 minute to or 405 minute or 50 minute or 3 hours approximately. And the standard values is not more than cement fineness is not more than 10%, and specific gravity also 3.1 to 3.6 range, and initial and final setting time of cement is more than 30 minutes. And so finally so once next thing is a calculation part, concrete mix design as per Indian standard 10262, target strength of the for mixing proportional, and the mix ratio is 1:1.61 to 2.7. We observe this. One is red mud, 1.61 is granite powder, and 2.7 is tiles. And partially replacement of the cement by red mud, and partially replacement by the granite powder. Fine aggregate means red mud means granite powder, and 2.7 partially represented by the for coarse aggregate by tiles. And specimen preparations, we can observe the figure 9 cement mortar. Cement mortar cube size is 70 mm into 70 mm into 70 mm for the ratio 1:3 mortar. And we can see the figure 8 cube. Cube of the size is 150 mm into 150 mm into 150 mm for ratio of 1:161 to 2.7. And final cylinder ratio cylinders, we can observe the figure 10 cylinder size is 150 mm diameter and 300 meter length of the ratio, and the same ratio is 1:1.61 to 2.7. And finally 5-step curing. After 24 hours, prepared specimen were kept for curing 3 days and 7 days. We can observe the figure 11 curing. And test conducted for compressed strength test for cubes and split tensile tens. From the above study for theoretical information, and now study for practical. And red mud mortar compressed strength test. We can see the table 2 compressed strength test table, percentage of the replacement of the red mud, and 7 days strength and 28 days strength. 0% replacement of the red mud is 34.9 Newton per mm square for 7 days strength. And we can observe the 20% replacement of the red mud is 36.34 Newton per mm square for 7 days strength, is more increasing the compressive strength when compared to the percent of the replacement of the red mud. We can see the graph 1 compressive strength test result for red mud mortar. The vertical flow from a compressive strength Newton per mm square, and horizontal flow from a percent of the replacement of the red mud. From the result is observed that the percent of the red mud increased, compressive strength also increased. We can observe for 20 partially replacement of the red mud showed maximum increase in compressive strength, and 10% has been increased when compared to conventional mortar. Previously I said this. 20% replacement of the red mud is 36.34 Newton per mm square for 7 days. Strength will be more. Then the green concrete test. From the above the study, the red mud's maximum strength was at 20% replacement, and granite powder is kept constant for 50% from journal studies. Hence, we are partially replacing coarse aggregates by mosaic tiles in different percentage of the what and maximum compressive strength. First, fresh concrete test in slump cone test. We can see the figure 12 slump cone test. Slump test is the most commonly used method of measuring workability of concrete in a laboratory as per Indian standard 119-159. We can see the table slump cone test for conventional concrete and green concrete. Red mud plus granite powder, water cement ratio, percentage of the replacement of mosaic tiles, and the slump value. Conventional of the concrete is 60 mm slump value. Red mud and granite powder is 20%, 50% remaining same. Water cement ratio also same, but only variation for percentage replacement of mosaic tiles like 0%, 5%, 10%, 50%, 20%. Then hardened contest of the concrete test, compression test, strength test. We can observe the compression test machine.
You go to conclusions.
Okay, sir.
Skip this. You can go to conclusion.
Okay. Finally, the conclusion. The following the conclusion were drawn from the experimentally results. As the percentage of the red mud increased, compressed strength of red mud mortar increased, and the maximum strength was observed for 20% replacement of the cement by red mud, and showed the 10% increased strength when compared to conventional mortar. In green concrete, maximum compressive strength was observed for 15% replacement of the coarse aggregate by tiles, and 15% of the fine aggregates replaced by the granite powder, and 20% of the cement replaced by the red mud, and showed the strength value near the conventional concrete, and same was observed the split tensile. Since we can use it for the waste materials by replacing the natural materials, the cost for the production of concrete is reduced. And finally, the societal relevance. The main thing is in societal relevance, reuse, reduce, and recycle. Once again, one of the method of the reuse the red mud, granite powder, and tiles. Best way to reduce the use of natural aggregates. It is eco-friendly concrete. In future scope of in green concrete. Green concrete can be analyzed for the durable characteristics. By varying the water cement ratio can be analyzed, the green concrete will be more because of the replacement of the cement by red mud. Red mud also water cement ratio absorption is very high. We can try for the other waste materials for replacement of the cement, fine aggregates, and coarse aggregates. And these are all for reference for the in this project bibliography. And we are really thank you for the presentation of the time out of the is a busy schedule to attend the event. Thank you, sir. Thank you all of you. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, you can complete. It's okay.
Sir.
Any questions from audience? Silpa madam?
Sir.
Any questions from audience?
Any questions from the other participants? Okay, we'll be calling the next paper presentation, that is from Zahir Abbas. Zahir?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
You can start, Zahir.
Okay. Ma'am, is the screen visible?
Yeah, go ahead. Visible.
Okay, good afternoon, one and all. My name is Zahir Abbas. I am a MTech student of the Nagarjuna College of Engineering. I'm studying construction technology. I'm going to give a seminar about translucent. First of all, contents, introduction, literature reviews, objectives, basic principles for the properties, different materials used, manufacturing processes, and different tests on concrete, advantages, disadvantages, examples, and references. So, first of all, I'll go to the introduction part. What is the definition of translucent concrete? Is here translucent concrete is concrete based building material with light transmissive property. So light translucent concrete is also known as light emitting concrete. Light emitting property is mainly due to uniform distribution of optical fibers I'll go to the part where we use optical fibers in the translucent concrete. Basically, translucent concrete is put forwarded by an Hungarian architect called Aron Lucenci successfully in 2001. After that, in 2003, the first translucent concrete block was made and named as Litrocon. And second, literature review. I'll skip the literature review because of short of time. I'll go to the main part of Aron Lucenci first. What is the idea of Aron Lucenci is instead of making concrete itself translucent, he thought about adding some translucent material into the concrete, so the concrete can become translucent. So this is the idea, and these are the different literature reviews I have collected from different journals. So I'll skip to the objectives. The main objective of our project was to design M25 grade concrete as per IS 10262 2009, to conduct workability tests, to use fibers in different proportions. What we have used here is we have used optical fibers in the concrete. We have induced optical fibers in the concrete before as the precasting material. We have used 0.3% and 0.6% of the optical fibers based upon the original volume method. As per the volume, we have a volume of the concrete. We have considered 0.3 and 0.6%, and to conduct tests like compressive work, different tests we have conducted are compressive strength, durability tests like acid attack and sulfate attack on concrete, and light transmissibility test, and to substantiate effective usage of optical fiber and to compare the density of different configurations. And what is the main basic principle here of optical fiber? What we have is plastic optical fiber. The basic principle of optical fiber is light emitting concrete based on nano optics. The principle which here is involved is total internal reflection. The main principle, what the definition, how the principle works is the glass around the center of the fiber should have higher refractive index than the surrounding fiber. The light should incident at an angle greater than the critical angle. So what happens is when we incident any light from on the one end of the optical fiber, it can pass through it on the other end if no matter any obstacles are there. So fibers acts like slits and carry light through it. So what are the different materials we have used? We have used ordinary Portland cement of 55 grade. We have used sand, should pass through 4.7 mm from the ISU. Coarse aggregate should retain on 4.75 mm ISU. And what we have basically used coarse aggregate is 6 mm. Basically, we have collected the coarse aggregate because of there is a lot of chances breaking of breakage of optical fiber due to if we increase the coarse aggregate size. So we have taken very less size. So optical fiber of 1 mm, we have used 1 mm diameter. So here you can see in the pictures in the right side, you can see the optical fiber. We have used the optical fiber of 1 mm. It can be made of glass or plastic. What we have used here is plastic optical fibers. It transmits light between two ends. Optical fibers transmit the light so effectively that there is almost no loss of light connected through the fibers. So it is very effective. Here are some properties of translucent concrete. You can see in the pictures some of the examples of translucent concrete on the right side. Properties carries the same amount of light through the brick, and no matter how thick it is, the light carried maintains its original color. The important thing, weights about the same as conventional concrete, as optical fibers are very light, so we can induce it without any difficulties. It can be manufactured in any color. upon request. So what is the main manufacturing process? Manufacturing process of light emit concrete is same as regular concrete. What we do is we induce the optical fibers um, in between the concrete. So here we are using M25 grade of concrete. Fibers are infused in it in the concrete blocks and poured into small layers, and the tamping and vibration should be done. So here you can see how we prepared the concrete blocks here by using by how we inserted optical fiber in the pictures. We drilled the holes to induce optical fibers, and to pour. We what we have done here is we have created a space to pour the concrete. And one more thing, what we have done is we have done this experiment both for concrete and mortar for testing. So you can see in the pictures how we have run through the optical fibers. In the right side picture, you can see we have induced infused the optical fibers so that it can prepare 3 molds in one stand. So it would be easier for us for casting and testing. So next one is optical fiber configuration. What we have used the optical fiber configuration. What we have done in our experiments is we have used, as I said, 0.3 and 0.6 percentage of optical fiber. By the original volume method, what we got here is for 0.3% of optical fibers, we got 40 strands. One strand is of 1 mm diameter. We got 40 strands for 0.6 percentage of optical fibers. We got 80 strands in the by the original volume method. So what we intend to do is we actually created 4 parameters here different. You can see in the below picture, we have created 4 parameters. The first parameter is containing of 4 holes, second 8 holes, third 12 holes, and fourth is 7 into 7, 14 in holes. So what we actually have done is in the first I'll give only one parameter as example as we don't have any time. In the first parameters, we get 0.3, we get 40 strands. So 40 divided by 4, what we get is in one hole, we should infuse 10 optical fiber strands of 1 mm. So we have taken 10 mm hole here there. So 0.6% respectively 80 strands. So like that for all the parameters, 4 parameters. So the mold preparation, what we used here is 100 into 100 into 100 mm mold. The mold with stand placed at different spacing for different configuration. Pouring of concrete. So you can see in the picture how we poured the concrete. We know that the pouring of concrete is here in the optical fiber. It is very difficult actually because there should be no voids and all. So what we have done, we have done some tamping for each layer by creating some small layers, and we used a vibrating machine to compact the concrete properly. So there should be no any uh, there should be no any loss of concrete strength in the future by creating any airports and all. So next thing, the text conducting on required materials, cement, fine aggregate, concentrate. These are the normal tests.
No, this you can skip. No, this you can skip.
So just once again, this you can see in the picture. What we have done is acid attack and sulfate attack test also. In the downside of the picture, you can see the color how it changes, as if we know that the acid attack and sulfate attack, uh, there will be a loss in compression strength. I'll show the chart later. And the more important thing what we have done here is light transmissibility test. This is the setup, the cardboard setup. You can see here lux meter. You can see the reading. That is the lux meter, which will read the light intensity in terms of lumens what is the we have measured in terms of transmissibility. Percentage transmissibility is equal to transmissibility through concrete by transmissibility through just air into 100. We got the percentage. And you can see the compressive strength of concrete block for 0.3% and 0.6% of fibers we have used here. You can see 7 days, 14 days, and 28 days we conducted. So 0.3 and 0.6%. Basically, what happens is as your optical fiber percentage increases, the compressive strength also increases, what we found out, because the optical fibers will also act as reinforcement for the concrete blocks or mortar blocks. So these are the same results of the mortar block. What we have is, as we got the same result here also. And durability test, acid attack and sulfate attack. In acid attack, we have used 10% or so, 10% of HCl, hydrochloric acid, in a water tub, depend upon the volume of water. So we kept it for 28 days and we tested. As we can see in the graph, the compressive strength will decrease here based on the 7 days to 28 because of the acid attack here. And next one is sulfate attack. As same, we can see the graph. The compressive strength is decreasing. We have used magnesium sulfate, MgSO4, here of 5% in the water what we have used. The next thing is light transmissibility test. So you can see the upper part, which is brown color. It is 0.6%, and lower part of blue color, it is 0.3%. And based on the different parameters, it will change the light transmissibility and material performance. What we have found out: concrete retain strength, frost and de-icing salt resistance, fire protection, high UV resistance. And advantages: energy saving can be done. It has very good architectural properties. It is very well as to aesthetical presence. It gives very good aesthetical appearance. Light transmitting property promotes renewable solar energy. Translucent concrete can be used in taller and larger buildings where light passing is very low inside the building. You can see in the picture sunlight passing through the light emitting concrete wall. And disadvantages, what we found out here is optical fibers are very costly. First thing, either any other efficient alternative or production of optical fibers at cheaper rate. Other solution, as we use the optical fibers very well, very more volume, we'll get the rate cheaper in the future. That is our theory. Then the complicated casting procedure discourages extensive use. The prefabrication technique is can be adopted only with the skilled laborers, as it is a very unique process and it needs very well skilled laborers. Optical fibers are not available in the market easily. It takes more time as it requires skilled laborers. And these are some of the examples. You can see the Europe gate in the day view and night view, how the optical fiber or translucent concrete, it can change. And the next thing is Cella Septicora in Pex, Hungary, the night view and day view. And the next, how you can see the beautiful view here of the new headquarters of Bank of Georgia. You can see the how light is transmitting inside the office building very easily. And conclusion, the main conclusion of our project, what we got here is light transmitting is a trend in concrete technology. As you know, we need, as Sir also told, that India is behind 40 to 50 years will depend when compared to other developed countries like as we said, take the example as Dubai and all. It's so we need a very we need to utilize every opportunity to to emerge the concrete technology in India. Its initial cost is high. Routine and maintenance is not required. From the test result, it's noted that the strength reduction of concrete cubes is more with the increase in days of specimen immersion in chemicals. It also can be seen that reduction in compressive strength was seen in acid resistant and sulfate resistant tells, as I showed you in the graphs. The compressive strength of light transmitting concrete is greater than of conventional concrete. As the light transmitting concrete, optical fibers acts as reinforcement. The compressive strength of optimum light transmitting mortar brick is increased than the normal or conventional concrete. Uh, Actually, basically, it's a green building material, so it is environmental friendly. It gives aesthetic appearance. In the future, cost is expected to decrease. It is one of the best applications of optical fibers, which is related to technical textiles. Yeah, these are some of the references. Thank you, Ananda, for giving this wonderful opportunity to share with all of you. Thank you, sir. Any questions you can ask?
Thank you, Zahir. Patil sir, any questions?
No, you can let participants ask question.
Okay. Other participants, is there any question? Who are co-hosts, you can just unmute and you can ask the question.
Still, how many presenters are
Sir,
there, madam?
last one, sir. Last one.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, Zahir, thank you. So next presentation is from Ajit Kumar S. Ajit?
Yes,
Ajit,
ma'am.
10 minutes for your presentation. So explain the important slides.
Okay.
Okay. Ajit, you can share your screen. Ajit, am I audible?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Likit is doing.
Okay. Likit S. Do it fast, Likit. Likit, you have to unmute and then start sharing your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Good afternoon to all present here. Myself, Likit, and these are my batchmates Ajit Kumar, Deepa, and Arpita, and we are from East West Institute of Technology. And today we're going to represent our project determination of durability characteristics of e-waste concrete under the guidance of Ms. USHA K N, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, EWIT. And here are the contents. Abstract. E-waste. E-waste describe loosely discarded, surplus, obsolete, broken electrical or electronic devices. Much of the e-waste were generated and are not recycled completely. Only 25% are recycled or reused. E-waste can pose a threat to a human life and also for the environment. Electronic waste is one of the new waste materials that are emerging in the concrete industries. This project comprises of partial replacement of coarse aggregate. with e-waste in concrete, and it is finally observed that there is an increase in strength for 10% replacement of coarse aggregate to e-waste with respect to the conventional concrete. Introduction. Concrete is the most important historic discovery of man when it comes to the construction. The main objective of the concrete is that it can be easily manufactured at site and also require proper curing and moisture content to gain proper strength. Large amount of e-waste is generated every year, and out of which a very small percentage of e-waste is treated by either recycling it or reusing it. E-waste like non-metal parts are recovered and used as ingredient in concrete. So partial replacement of aggregates by e-waste, we can overcome many environmental problems and as it reduces the landfill due to the e-waste. And here are some literature reviews. Objectives. The main objective is to study the effectiveness of concrete by partial replacement of coarse aggregate by e-waste. To find the optimum percentage of e-waste in partial replacement of coarse aggregate as 5%, 10%, and 15%. And to determine the characteristic strength of concrete by conducting tests like compressive strength test, flexural strength test, and to determine the durability characteristics by conducting sulfate test and chloride test and compare with conventional concrete. Methodology. Material collection. The cement we use is M20 grade of cement and type of cement is OPC 53 grade. Type of sand, M sand, zone 2, size 4.75 mm. Coarse aggregate, 12.25 mm retained. E-waste, motherboards, collected from Pina industrial area. And here are the basic material tests were conducted on cement, fine aggregate, and coarse aggregate. The tests were cement fineness modulus 5.2%, specific gravity of cement 3.15, normal consistency of cement 32%, initial and final setting time of cement 30 minutes and 580 minutes. Fine aggregate of fine aggregate 1, sieve analysis of fine aggregate zone 2, coarse aggregates, specific gravity of coarse aggregate by 2.92, water absorption of coarse aggregate 0.5%. And further, my batchmate Ajit will continue.
Myself, Ajit, I'm going to proceed for the further explanation. As per IS 10262 codebook, we refer the mixed design and the target strength. We got 26.6 Newton per mm square, water cement ratio of 5.4, and these are the methods we used for the calculation of mixed design. And finally, we got the mixed ratio of 1:1.49 is to 2.39. And after mixed design, we conduct a slump count test, the main method used for the measuring of workability of the concrete in laboratory. For water cement ratio of 0.4, and the percentage of e-waste replaced is 0%, 5%, and 10%, and 15%. We got the height of 60, 68, 75, and 86. And also we conducted test on compaction factor set of for a replacement of e-waste 0%, 5%, 10%, 15%. We got the factor of 0.75, 0.77, 0.79, and 0.79. And after the workability test, we prepared specimen cube 150 mm into 150 mm into 150 mm, and for the beam 100 mm into 100 mm into 500 mm, and kept for curing for 3 to 7 days. And the result, we conducted a test on hardened concrete compression strength test for a capacity of load capacity of 1000 kilonewton, and we got the result for 0% for 3 days and 7 days compression strength is 10.15, and for 7 days 17.89. And as the percentage increases, the compressive strength also increases, and for 15% it has been reduced. From the result, it observed as the percentage of e-waste increases, compressive strength has increased. For 10% partial replacement of e-waste showed maximum increase in strength. And for flexural strength also, it has been shown that the 10%, it has structural strength has been increased for the partial replacement of the e-waste. And after this durability test has been conducted for surface test. The conventional concrete and 10% replacement of e-waste concrete has been cured in 2.1 N-H2SO4 solution for 15 days. For 0%, we got the compression strength of 18.67, and for maximum strength of replacement of 10%, we got 20.81. From the above result, it is observed that e-waste concrete has showed 10.28% increased in strength compared to the conventional concrete. And also we conducted chloride test. It is cured in hydrochloride solution for 15 days. For this 0%, we got compression strength of 19.45 and 10% 18.35. And it is observed that 6% decrease in the strength compared to the conventional concrete. From all this, the conclusion is these are the conclusion. From the test result, it is observed that as the percentage of e-waste replaced increased, the compressive strength increased. For 10% replacement of e-waste showed the maximum increase in strength. E-waste concrete does not influence much by sulfate under curing condition compared to the conventional concrete. It is observed that 10.28% increase in strength in e-waste concrete compared to the conventional concrete. E-waste concrete has showed 6% decrease in strength compared to the conventional concrete under the HCl curing condition. This shows e-waste concrete has little influence in acid condition. The use of e-waste in concrete can be recommended for civil engineer construction, which is the one of the economic way for their disposal in environmental friendly manner. And the scope for the future study. The test can be carried out for the different grades of concrete. The use of admixtures in the test can be performed to get improved strength. And societal relevance, it is one of the method for recycling of e-waste and alternative material for coarse aggregate and reduction in use of natural. And these are the reference.
Okay, can skip. Hello, Likit. May I ask the question?
Yeah, sure, sir. Yeah, sure, sir.
What is this? What size of motherboard you used? Did you crush it or used as it is?
Crushed it, sir. Crushed it, sir.
To what size?
Sir, downside.
What is shape and shape factor?
Sir, irregular shape.
Huh?
Irregular shape, sir. Right?
No. What is its width? Width and on aggregate you are testing. Hello. On aggregate you are testing.
Oh, yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. 4.75.
Did you crush it and used it?
Yes, sir. We crushed and used it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Likit.
Thank you.
Okay, I thank all the participants to make today's session a successful one. Thank you very much. We take this golden opportunity to thank the respected session chair of Construction Technology session, Dr. M.B. Patil sir, for accepting our invitation, sir, and attending the conference in your busy schedule, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
No mention. Thank you very much for inviting me to this session, madam.
Okay, sir. Now I request our department head, Dr. S NAGARAJA GUPTA, sir, to talk few words about the session. Gupta, sir.
Gupta sir, over to you, sir.
Gupta sir, you can unmute now. You are the co-host.
Okay, Shilpan, he is not available, I guess. Okay, we came to an end of the first day of the conference. I thank all the delegates for their wonderful presentation today. I hope our participants and students would be benefited out of it. And I also thank the session chairs, Dr. S. Kavita ma'am, Professor and Head of the ACS College, and Dr. Patil sir, Professor and Head of Government, SKSGT College. And also I thank the domain heads, Mr. Geeta ma'am, Associate Professor, USHA, and Mr. Yes, Assistant Professor,
ಅವ್ರು ಕಳ್ಸಿದೀನಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್,
and
ಗೂಗಲ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳ್ಸಿದೀನಿ.
for
Hello.
their time and successful completion of the day of the
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Madam, sir, idara? Sir, MP Patil, sir.
Yes, he is
Yeah,
there.
I'm there, sir. Yeah, I'm there.
So thank you very much for accepting our invitation and sharing the session, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your.
We are very much happy and we are very much thankful to you, sir. And once again, we will invite you offline to our institution.
Yeah, I'll associate with you, sir.
Nice
Further,
meeting you
definitely. Okay, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, sir.
And I thank all the participants for presenting their research findings. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Shall I end the meeting, sir?
Okay, madam, you can end the meeting.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And if any tomorrow's participants are there, inform them about the schedule.
Tomorrow, the third session will be starting at 10 o'clock. And I request participants of tomorrow's session to be at 9:55. We share the link in WhatsApp.
You can end the meeting.